hard on these smaller tyres and so forth. Like, you can see where the cars in front are bellying out already, so track's just going to get worse, and hopefully it comes to us.
Yeah. All the best for the rest of Section 2.
Thanks, sir. Cheers.
Good on you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Interesting to hear the comments there from Brent Smoothie about the smaller tyres having the issues out there. But you know what? A long way from finishing yet. Another 2 laps to complete. And as I said, this game, nothing. There's not a lot of things in this game that are truly 100% predictable. So anything and everything is fair game out here right now for the second day of competition here for round one of the 50 year of running the Motorsports Australia Off-Road Championships for Kaminsky Mining Services. It looks like we're going to throw down to the team at Logan Gil. Over to you, Sam.
Well, one of the real talking points of Pooncarie this weekend has been the West Australian of Logan Gil, the 16-year-old, your first AORC event. I'll tell you what, you're stringing together some pretty strong laps here. How are you feeling out there?
Pretty solid. We cleaned up our lap a bit today, and I'm feeling good.
It's getting rough out there. People are talking about 40-inch tyres, being a real advantage. What's it like in a side-by-side?
Yeah, she's rough. Yeah, there's some spots where you kind of coming over these few whoops and the suspension tries to take it up. Yeah, she just sits on the belly plan. But no, we got pretty good setup in ours, and it was going well.
You're keeping some pretty... keeping company with some pretty big names here, Lachlan Bailey, the likes of that. Are you exceeding your expectations, or is this where you hoped you'd be?
A bit of both. You always want to be first, but coming over here, it's got all the big dogs over here, and it's been good to run up here so far. We'll see if we can hold it there.
Yeah. What is the plan for the remaining 2 laps?
Now, I think we have a little bit of a buffer zone now. Now it's just trying to survive and not get ahead of myself like I always do. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Well, look, it seems as though you got your head screwed on. All the best for the remaining 2 laps.
Let's hope.
Good luck. Thanks, guys.
Nice chat, Sam. Well done. And Logan looks like he's pretty relaxed in there at the moment. But, it's a long way yet. Another 2 laps to cut through. And I've got to be honest with you, this young bloke certainly has a great attitude towards understanding that, while he's pushing, he also has to understand that he's got another 2 laps to complete, and very level-headed, well above his age, I would say, in what he's done out there. So that's a great position for Logan Gil to be in. As the remainder of the cars continue to keep rolling in for their first park up for the day today. Looks like we've got Kyle Reid in, Alan Dixon in, Greg Campbell's in. Sounds like we're going to throw over now
this weekend about whether this is a trophy truck track or a buggy track. Mr. Weightley, what's your tip? Which way do you think it's going?
Oh, look, I don't know. I'd probably started out as a buggy track, but it's getting pretty rough out there, and there's some deep ruts like the others have been saying. So, it probably will turn into a truck track, hopefully anyway.
You were one of the key beneficiaries, unfortunately, of Boston Morgan Horror not being able to complete that lap. How was it sort of not having as much dust there?
It's not too bad. There was a couple of cars in front, and then I think Toddy cleared out too, so it was pretty good. Yeah, we only had little bits of dust here and there in the trees, but nothing serious, so it was good.
And what's the plan for the remaining 2 laps in Section 2?
I just try and get to the end. Normally I don't. Normally I hold it flat and see what happens, but I might take a different approach this time and see how I go.
Yeah. Well, it seems to be working so far for you. All the best.
Cheers.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Toby.
Yeah, nice one. And it's interesting to hear that approach from Toby Weightley's now changed a little bit, because I think the moment that you get stuck into an event like this and you start to see the teams around you falling away, and then you start to become that lead guy. And if anything, it really puts the heat on you, because they start to focus on you because you're the lead guy. That was a brilliant interview there with Toby Weightley. Toby making a shift change in his mental view to the next two laps. It's like, I not only have to finish this, but I really want to finish this in a great position. So it makes complete sense that he would start looking at it that way. So, we wish him all the very best going forward, because he certainly is one of the movers and the shakers. I mean, he's the fastest extreme two-wheel guy out there at the moment. I mean, the next one in line, you got to look all the way down to about number 10 or position 10, car number 479, the Nicholas Cummins entry, which is way back. And then a little further down in extreme two-wheel drive, you find Andrew Cummins in position 18 provisionally. So, you know, for a guy like Toby Weightley to be sitting where he is in extreme two-wheel drive, and of course the South Aussie-based driver and team, you know, there's a lot on the line for them to make sure they finish and do really well on this one. So, particularly for the AORC rounds, this is kind of where you want to be. That's a great territory to be in. So really hope he does well for the rest of the event today. Well, it looks like Matty Deck got in. Time for Matt and his team in the side-by-side pro, 106.38.9. Troy Beshman back in as well, also in a side-by-side pro, 108.15.4. And Cooper Weston also in a side-by-side pro, a 113. 0.1, so just a fraction over that 1 hour 13 minute mark, but some really good finishes in amongst it. And I think we were talking earlier with Sam, we were saying about how we were looking for a lot of these guys to finish today and not that many to fall out by the wayside. And, to have the better part of 27 sitting here already on completion of lap 1 tells me there's been a real mental shift in what they need to do to survive today. And today is not just about one lap, it's about 3. So, you got to make sure that you put your best 3 forward today to consolidate on the one that you had yesterday. So it's a pretty solid gig. I think we're going to go down shortly to talk to Lachlan Bailey with Sam and the team. So if Sam can hear me down there, mate, I'll throw over to you very shortly.
I'll talk about the side-by-side category without mentioning Lockie Bailey and Jordan Zolo. You guys are kind of become the front runners in this class, but yeah, you're up against it this weekend. It looks like a pretty stacked field out there.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's a good race, really. Good battle, but we're just running our race, so we'll see what the next 2 laps go.
It does seem as though you're playing the long game. I guess from the navigator's seat, what's the strategy? You obviously got to keep the car on the track, but how much of the time is being spent on keeping this guy in control as well?
A fair bit. Yeah. Don't want to bugger it up, but yeah, it's just reading the screen and reading them early and making sure that it's all the right calls and keeping it clean.
And what's the dust like out there at the moment?
We not too bad. We caught the guy in front of us probably for a little while, and but then the dust sort of cleared again. So yeah, but not too bad.
I know that you know better than anyone that this is a long game, these rounds, and you've got young Logan Gil in front of you there. But how important is it? I guess being able to finish in terms of the context of this championship.
Yeah, it's most important, really. Championship is a long game. You don't have to finish first, you just need to finish. So, yeah, the game is to finish.
Yeah, okay. All the best for the remaining laps today, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Well, the guys sounded pretty comfortable with that discussion out there, which is pretty cool. So we'll continue to watch what goes on there. That looks like the car of Phil Lovett out there right now as he charges along. Another that'll be finishing very shortly for completion of first lap. And the numbers just keep growing here as we continue to push through. I can see the Martin crew in that number 5 there of Dale Martin Transport sponsored buggy ready to leave the Parc Ferme area. So I'd say that'll be there 30 minutes up very, very shortly before they get ready to crank away. Big thanks again to our fantastic sponsors here this weekend for the running of the Pooncarie Desert Dash. We must thank the Wentworth Shire Council for their involvement here. They've done a fantastic job of putting together all of the fundamental things in the background for us to continue to operate here at the Pooncarie racetrack here this weekend. Thanks also to the Kumiella Memorial Sporting Club Limited for their close connections with all of the events that they do run locally in the region here, and they obviously see this one as one that is fit enough to be involved with and some help given to us through the Kumiella Memorial Sporting Club. They'll become very pivotal in the years ahead when we start to do a from here to there and back again format. Thank you also to GBM Consulting, Marksy and all of his crew. Thank you so much for all of the work that you've been putting into the event and helping us out. It's pivotal again for them to be able to do a lot of work in the background. And Decentralised Demandables, Joshy Wilson and Rob Wilson and all of the team that are involved with that one. They do a great job of supporting us with so many movements of containers and items around the place. They do the amount of work backwards and forwards is unbelievable. And you see on the screen there, Decentralised Demandables Proprietary Limited, another fantastic sponsor here this weekend for this event, the Pooncarie Desert Dash. And not to be taken away from lightly at all, the 45th running of the Motorsport Australia Off-Road Championships proudly brought to us by Kaminsky Mining Services this season. Very dedicated crew at Kaminsky Mining Services, making sure that we continue to charge along and bring you the best of off-road racing, and that would not be easily done without the support of Kaminsky Mining Services. So thank you very much to the Kaminsky family for their connections here this weekend and, of course, for the season. Well, the Pooncarie Desert Dash continues to bring in surprise after surprise. We have at the wrap-up of the first lap, obviously, the car there of Boston Morgan sitting out on the track or in the throes of being retrieved. Certainly that was one of the hard hitters that we didn't expect to see out today. He was making some fantastic ground on everybody there, so it'll be interesting to find out what the car succumbed to over the track today. But the remainder of the field, with Dale Martin first away and Todd Lehman right behind him, will be the talking point now as we're getting close to seeing these guys head back for the resumption of racing for them. Big thanks to all of our scrutineers and our volunteers and officials that are marshalling that Parc Ferme area. They all do a fantastic job of making sure that things happen to clockwork, and it's really important that from a clockwork point of view that things are pinpoint accurate, and these teams out there are doing a fantastic job of making sure that happens. Nice chase on the way in. Looks like at the 92 kilometre mark, we find the 93 car of Aaron James. Some issue Aaron has succumbed to out there. We'll hopefully try to find out what happened there. But Aaron James stopped in car number 93 at the 92 kilometre mark, which is not been great. Looks like the four away in this group that'll be let go will it be Martin, Lehman, Smoothie and Weightley, I would believe. They'll be heading over to the start line shortly for them to be able to resume racing here for this weekend. There you see in the right-hand part of your screen as it starts to become central, this is the car number 5 of Dale Martin. As we get the drone down low enough to be able to see these guys, have a look at that. What a great shot. And let me tell you, the drone doing a great job in amongst the wind out there. The wind has picked up a little bit. We're up around about the 18 to 20 kilometre mark. And you can imagine how hard that's going. And this thing's just so stable and getting some brilliant shots. So our camera guys that are operating these things are doing a fantastic job for us out here this weekend. Cannot commend them highly enough for what they're doing out there right now. It's just incredible, the shots that we're getting. In what would be, to be honest with you, very much less than desirable conditions, to be brutally honest. Well, he's away. There you go. He is back out to take on the outlying areas of the Pooncarie stations that we're running very proudly on out here this weekend. Dale Martin taking that advantage of clear air now, and he'll be really looking to consolidate. The discussion that we had with him earlier in regards to where he was sitting and how strong and how solid it all felt as he cranked away was all about making sure that he continued to just build upon what he'd already put down. He'd had a solid and fairly dream sort of a run with Prologue yesterday, and then the ability to be first car away this morning after what was a pretty fiercely fought out lap yesterday. And it was not just about who he was racing against yesterday, but the track itself became quite challenging in the race, so he's moving beautifully through it. On screen at the moment, the 85 now of Todd Lehman. Lehman now a little way behind, and that with the wind that we were talking about earlier is going to provide them with some really decent opportunity for clear air to be able to see where they're heading to. So they're making some really good moves out there. Have a look at the dirt that they're throwing up. They are just on fire at the moment, these guys. Really pushing as hard as they can to get to where they need to get to. I notice just a charge that their vision today will be to close that gap up between themselves and Todd Lehman. Of course, both of them running in the pro buggy class. Todd Lehman knows that the only way things are going to change for him as far as position is just to keep the heat on the time or the clock for him and just bring that gap between himself and Dale Martin back. Out there now is that car of Toby Weightley. We can see him on the move. Weightley came in after his first lap in an under 1 hour time, a 58:40.7 for Toby Weightley. And that is an extremely good drive and an excellent effort out of that camp. To be under that 1 hour mark in an extreme two-wheel drive buggy or two-wheel drive truck is enough to push him right to where he needs to be. And, you know, for the first round of the Australian Off-Road Championships, a guy like this needs to make some really good numbers points-wise for the rounds. Be nothing better for a guy like Toby Weightley to be arriving at Fink in a number of weeks' time for round two. And to be in the position he's in. Have a look at this now. This is the 847 entry of Brent Smoothie. This is an extreme four-wheel drive category car. And he would certainly be coping with some of the ruts and the deep sand and stuff out there, maybe a little bit better than what Toby Weightley would be doing. Toby would be trying to use the speed and that two-wheel drive to basically dance across the top of it and push through as hard as it can, whereas Brent Smoothie has the opportunity with four-wheel drive to dig a bit deeper into it and drag itself out, particularly with the front heavy nose on these things. So that is just an amazing effort for him. And Smoothie drives, honestly, 9.9 tenths out of 10 with this car. He's not scared to get it over onto the lid if it had to go that way, but that's just how he pushes. Next one away, by the look of it, will be the Matty Hansen car. And you can see on screen now, Hansen in the SMU Racing buggy now, charging on. This, of course, is one of the pro buggies. So top 3 pro buggy class car out there at the moment with Martin and Lehman in front of him. But Matty Hansen has a great ability to be able to continually charge along and do what he needs to do to continue to finish events. It would not surprise me at all that A, he'll finish this event and with luck, and B, that he'll be well in the placings for this class. So he's a cracker to keep an eye on. Beautiful footage there of them up against that Menindee Road there, where the people are getting an opportunity to watch what's happening there. And this is the guy we chatted to earlier, Logan Gil, away in the side-by-side there. First of the side-by-side pro buggies away. An interesting discussion to be had with young Logan Gil out there. He rates himself as being in amongst all the, to coin his phrase, the big dogs here this weekend. But he's certainly holding himself very, very well in this as he chases along. That's a lovely shot of Logan Gil now. We'll stay with him just for a minute or two there as he charges along. That's just so good to watch that side-by-side pro class car just belting through the grounds out there. Likewise, beside him now, or behind him, will be the car of Lachlan Bailey, another of the side-by-side pros. And this guy was the first guy to finish just over an hour in the first lap. Logan Gil on a 59-minute 54.0 second lap. Lachlan Bailey was not that far behind him with an hour 16.8. It's only 16 or thereabouts, 22 seconds behind that car of Gil is this car right now, Lachlan Bailey. And the Ronco Motors sponsored Bailey side-by-side pro now charges along. And there's not any hint of issue within that camp car-wise. It was purely just a break for them and set up and run again. Next one away looks like it's going to be the car of Glenn Ackroyd. This is the guy that we were talking about earlier who continues to just knock down time after time. Or Lockie Waters, I think it is, the 699. Lockie Waters away. Tight to the drum, then opens it up as it takes away from that great vantage point up along the main road. And there's the 52 of Royden Bailey away. And Bailey, of course, running this weekend in a pro buggy, so he's the fourth of the pro buggies out. Nice work, Royden Bailey, also grabbing some sponsorship out of the Ronco group. And, of course, deeply connected with the team there with Lockie Bailey in front. So Royden, dad, will be on the chase to try and push him out as hard and as fast as he possibly can go. Obviously, without taking any of the risks concerned. Nice lineup of cars waiting to head out onto the racetrack now in that Parc Ferme area. Next car released from the start point is the 601 class car now of Glenn Ackroyd. and he was the one we were waiting on to have a look at. A little bit easy to confuse with that one, the nice black side-by-side. Cars being ferreted up nice and gentle as they pick them through. Our officials doing a fantastic job in Parc Ferme today, making sure that we line them up as they're required with a thoroughfare through the centre, making sure that the start time slots are adhered to. For those on the live stream today, we hope you're enjoying the broadcast that's coming to you live here from the Pooncarie Racecourse, of course, running as part of round one of the Australian Off-Road Championships here, proudly brought to us by the team of Comiskey Mining Services, and of course Motorsport Australia, who are the governing body involved with the operating of this championship this season. And great to thank you to the Wentworth Shire Council for your connections here this weekend for the sponsorship to the event. Thank you also to the Kumiela Memorial Sporting Club for your connections to the event here this weekend, and also the team at GBM Consulting, Graham Marks and all of his team, and of course the boys at Josh and Rob and the Wilson family at the Decentralised Demountables for their connections here this weekend too. Would certainly not go ahead without your connections here this weekend. Next away, by the look of it, will be the 38 entry now, 39, sorry, entry, or 38 of Dean Carter. So Dean Carter's away in the Pro Buggy. He entered at a time of 1 hour 3 minutes 0.5. So Carter in the INH sponsored buggy, belting along beautifully there. And again, it was pretty impressive to see a lot of these cars not requiring a lot of work to be done to them other than refuel and maybe, the normal oil level checkpoints that would have normally gone through. Next vehicle waiting on the line is another of our buggies to get away. Kicking up plenty of dust here. This one will be the 39 this time, which is the entry of Darren Agrella, another pro buggy. He came in on a time of 1 hour 2 minutes 17.8. Looks like the drum's knocked over, so there would have been someone in the last couple of cars to get through that would have knocked that over, but that's fine. Some brilliant footage that we're getting out of here today. I reckon that'll be the Bentley car as the next to get away. This will be Hayden Bentley. Bentley running Extreme 4x4, car number 818. The Bentley Motorsports camp do a brilliant job of putting cars together, and Hayden, of course, has done an incredible career of off-road racing. This guy's won Fink prior. He's been involved with off-road championship rounds forever and a day. I can remember, and I've told this story before, seeing Hayden running through some of that beautiful terrain up in Kempsey, up in the Macleay Motorsports Club, Bridgestone International, many, many years ago. So that's how far back Hayden goes. But his age certainly hasn't slowed him. He's a real stalwart in off-road racing, and it's great to have the Bentley family connected. And, of course, Hannah H. being involved this year as well. She drove at Pooncarie last year, not competing today, but certainly will be going back to prep for what will be the next round 2 of the Australian Off-Road Championships, to be held up in the 50th anniversary of running Fink here this weekend. Running Fink in during Queen's Birthday long weekend, I believe it'll be. Some nice online footage now of the cars waiting to get away. And that one there looks like one of the Cummins cars. Beside it is the 834 car of, I reckon that's Brett Kaminsky's car sitting in behind the back there. .479 car there in the foreground, and that's the Nicholas Cummins Extreme 2-wheel drive car that you can see sitting there in front of us on screen, waiting for its opportunity to get out. I'll get the call up shortly. It'll be that one, the 834 of Brett Kaminsky, that'll be called out as well in the next group of 4 to get away to our start line area. Boys are pretty happy by the look of that. Plenty of thumbs up coming out of the cabin in that one today. Let's have a look a little bit further down. This will be the 646 of Samuel Cummins that the boys are in the middle of the screen with there. And then a little further back, looks like it might have been the 153 of Alan Dixon, I reckon it was, just sitting back behind them. And that car sitting in the middle of the screen right now, the Kaminsky Racing Group car. This one's seen a little bit of off-road work behind the wheel with Toby Price, who of course is a motorcycle and off-road racing legend. Price, of course, campaigned this one back in the very early 2020s, 22, 23. And I believe that vehicle changing hands, Brett Kaminsky looking like he's pretty comfortable sitting back there right now, giving the rocker to the boys. He's good to go. Only carrying the one wheel in the back of it, whereas the other Cummins car still has the 2 attached. The luxury of having the bigger car to be able to do that. The 467 there travelling through. That's the Andrew Cummins Extreme 2-wheel drive car, so he heads off. So to the next couple of groups, including Brett Kaminsky in that, the 646 of Samuel Cummins heads away in that group of 4. Over to the allotted start line, ready for kick-off for their event. For the next lap to be dropped onto the table. Interesting to see a lot of them finishing in that hour and 8 minute sort of category or thereabouts. It'll be interesting to see what that lap time looks like going out into the completion of their second. I'm expecting that to potentially drop a little in time, or when I say drop, extend a little, where they have to encounter the track a little bit less in condition than it was earlier. But certainly the hour, or a bit over an hour mark, will be, I reckon, the benchmark for this. Well, there's the 467 of Andrew Cummins away, and he looks still pretty tough and strong in this one. Extreme two-wheel drive. Boys, he's gathering some speed up in that back section right now. Have a look at this. He is on the pedal. Man, he is going for it. The next of the Cummins vehicles to get away. Which is the 479, which we were talking about earlier with this one. The 479 of Nick Cummins, extreme two-wheel drive class truck there as well. Kicking up plenty of dust as he heads out for his second today. Nice work on the gas coming out of that one. Again, running about mid-track in the turn there means that he's finding just enough dirt to drive away with, which is exactly what he needed. Gathering up plenty of speed now. Good to see some of the spectators on that main road having a slow drive into town, into the Pooncarie township, where they get to watch some of these guys running almost track side for them. Next of our trucks away, this will be the Brett Kaminsky Motorsport entry now charging off with some of the BF Goodrich sponsorship on that one. Very capable truck, and definitely in the hands of Brett Kaminsky. This guy's been around off-roading for a very, very long time and makes pretty easy work of this, but puts his heart and soul into off-road racing here, and obviously the owner of the Kaminsky Mining Services Group, who are tagged up behind the back of the running of the 45th Off-Road Championships here and alongside the Motorsport Australia Group. So really great to have Brett and the team and everybody connected and together with this one for that sponsorship for the 45th Championship rounds for the season. Really good bunch of people to deal with. So thank you for your connections with this one. As we watch the next of the cars to get away, this one again is another of our side-by-sides. This is the 646 of Samuel Cummins. So Samuel's side-by-side pro there logged a lap of 1 hour, 3 minutes, 11.0 out on the circuit for his first lap. Let's have a look at how that'll look at the other end of completion of lap 2 for Samuel. The 61.38 now. We can see in viewpoint there. The 61.38 coming into the arena now. The 153. So that's the 153 out there of Alan Dixon. We spotted him heading through. Well, there's the 627, the lads racing team. The 627 of Justin Ryder in the side-by-side pro, driving out into the dirty air again as he heads out for his second lap today. That means they've completed one lap today, one yesterday. That's effectively a halfway point. And as they charge out into this lap now, that means they'll be heading into the second half of what's out there. There's a 102.5 there, the Gecko Rope Access group. Another big hard hitters out there today. This is the Aussie 475 truck of Simon Knight, the Extreme two-wheel drive entry heading out. They had a pretty solid time. Knight put down a 63-minute 29.5 lap time in the last lap, which was a pretty decent effort for those guys. So we'll be looking forward to seeing them at completion of the second lap. As we now look down onto the start line, that appears to be the 95 car. And that one, of course, is the entry belonging to Brett Rogers. And Rogers also in that 62-minute 52.5 second first lap. So just over that 1 hour mark for him. So he'll get his opportunity to go out and get stuck into it shortly. Released by our starters now. Good to see so many people down here to watch the running of the Pooncarie Desert Dash for 2026 this weekend down here at the Pooncarie Racecourse. Fantastic to have just the general spectators, whether they are landowners or locals from Pooncarie. Quite a few from Mildura and surrounding areas in St Razia out to watch it as well as general spectators. So great to have you out here. I know that it is a bit of a drive to get up to Pooncarie for it, but by the same token, it's a great little location, great little town, and fantastic to have you here with us. 61.49 heading out now. That's Kyle Reid. Reid, let's have a look at his time, a 66-minute 19.1 second pass. Yeah, like I said, really good to have those people come out of Mildura to come up, or the St Razia area to come up to Pooncarie and actually have a look at the race here this weekend. Some of them it's probably their first Pooncarie to come up and have a look at. Some of them have been supporters of it for quite some time. But we do appreciate you all making the journey up. And if nothing else, good to see you here. Next one away off the line. Let's check in to see where this one is. This is the 6:12 entry of Matty Deck. And of course, Deck in the side-by-side pro also in that 66-minute territory, although he was at 66 minutes 38.9, so only just a couple of seconds shy of where our last starter ran through on. So great to see Matt Deck and the team down here this weekend having a real crack at it. Rightio, Phil Lovett looks like he's ready to get away shortly, so he's sitting there waiting patiently for his opportunity to get away. So it's good to see Lovett in that truck ready to roll. All right, we're around about halfway of lap 2 out there at the moment, and I can tell you that Martin and team in car number 5 are at the 54k mark. Lehman in the 85 car at the 52k mark, so 2k's drift from Martin. The 421 of Toby Weightley going brilliantly. He's at the 50k mark, and he's again 2k's in arrears to that car of Lehman. And then the 847 of Brent Smoothie. It looks like he's pretty much close to where he needs to be at that halfway mark as well. So they're all still charging along the top 4 without any real issues at the moment as we watch Phil Lovett get away now. Extreme two-wheel drive for Lovett. The 6:47 away now. That's Tyson Garver. Garver now charging off into his own challenge now for lap 2. Next one waiting on the line there is released, so we are good to roll with this one. As they come towards us now, picking up plenty of dust out of that first mound is the 6:55 entry there of Cooper Weston. So Cooper Weston now chasing into the second lap for himself. He went through earlier, Cooper, on a time of 73 minutes, almost neat there for Coop. So good to see that the little side-by-side pro still going really well out there at the moment. Weston cranking along nicely there. Watching the footage there as he blast through some of those really open sections between the trees there. Nice bit of work, just almost running out of camera view there. Cooper Weston now keeping it really gunned up and going because he wants a solid lap 2 here today, or lap 3 in total for the event. Some beautiful shots out there. Have a look at that, the compound from where the start line is. Obviously, start is off to your left-hand side on the screen where that flat-top truck is, right to the edge of the screen. That car you can see coming through the dust now coming towards us. That is actually one of our finishers after the first lap here today. We might grab a number for that one a little while. You see the major screen down there, the large screen where our footage is being beamed out. Into that bottom right-hand corner part, you can see all of the trucks that are being held in the Parc Ferme area, and they travel over through that road, through the middle there, across that cross-centred area where we've got marshals there, and up into those flags at the top left-hand part of the screen that you can see there, and that's where the starting area is. The Bentley Motorsport group there in the top left-hand side picture, as we watch another handful of trucks being led away by our start officials here this afternoon, or this morning still, just as we're still under midday, just on 11:30 here in the rural town of Pooncarie here in New South Wales. Drone footage looking pretty cool. Let's see if we can pick up a number on that truck. Parked up, ready for start. And that's the, by the look of it, 473. And the 473 is the entry belonging to, of course, let's quickly pick him up here, 473, Matty Smith, Extreme two-wheel drive. Our leaders are getting close to getting to the 15k mark. Very shortly we'll be grabbing some shots from Shane and the team up there of those guys coming into view. And as we change pad or titles into this on the screen here, we'll let you know when they head in. But But there's that 473 of Matty Smith getting away now. His time when he crossed the line earlier today was a 67 minute 12.3 second pass. Smith really got the foot on the gas here, and he's really having a crack. Have a look at this. Man, oh man, is he on a mission today? Looks like the next one to get away. Another of our side-by-sides here, the iTech World 638. The entry of Ashley Foote. This, of course, is the father of a Danielle Foote, who has campaigned this side-by-side pro for a little while now, and that's enabled Ashley to continue to charge along into his second lap. Not been too many issues for him here this weekend. All lined up and ready to roll for a restart for lap 2 for these buggies that are waiting out there. As we see the first one of the side-by-sides get away now. 6:39, that will be the entry belonging to... Jamie Harrison it is, in the side-by-side pro. 75 minutes 44 for Harrison in that 6:39, who is out on circuit at the moment. You can see in camera view now. .75 minutes 44.3 was the time he set for his first lap here today. As we watch the next one get away. This one's the Gardner vehicle. Car number 1055. 1055 is Adrian Gardner in one of the sports light class cars. He went through on a 68 minute 44.2 for his first lap, so that's pretty respectable. As we go back to watching some of the footage there, so up in the top right-hand screen of your shot right now should show you that 15k short of the distance for completion of the second lap. So your leaders will be in view in that screen in a little while. So we'll just keep our eyes open in that one. You can see the dust being kicked up a little bit further up in the top half of the screen there in that view. As we watch the 6:35 of Danielle Foote get away with the pink cage. Pretty easy to pick the iTech World car there, that, or side-by-side that she's driving. And she's had a pretty solid crack out there this weekend. If I have a look at Danielle Foote's time, a 76 minute 10.9 was her time. So she's certainly having a real dip out there today in starting lap 3 correctively over the event here this weekend, but the second lap for the day today. That dust in that top right-hand corner is getting closer and closer to where our drone is currently. There you go, that's the main shot, and there's the leader right there, which should be Dale Martin. And we'll keep our eye on that because he'll only work closer and closer to us now all the time. Next car to get away while we wait for Martin to come into shot now is the 6:10 entry belonging to, let's have a quick look here, Eddie Chivers, I think it is. Eddie Chivers going through. He had the side-by-side pro in on a time of 70 minutes 52.8 earlier on his lap today, so we hope he can continue to follow that form and complete yet another lap or two to stay right in the placings for that class. 61.59 sitting out on the line at the moment. That's Clint Broomhall on the left-hand side. And the 6.26 looks like that will be probably Daniel Challen over on the right-hand side of our screen right now. That one's a side-by-side pro for Challen, and Broomhall also a side-by-side pro. With the 6.54 getting away now, that's the entry of Joshua Ward. Ward had a pretty solid run in side-by-side pros earlier today. A 70-minute 28.5. 70-minute 28.5 was the time for Wardy out there. And it is Dale Martin that's getting closer and closer all the time in that top screen that we can see that's split in the right-hand side. You can see the dirt really getting kicked up now and the car's getting closer and closer all the time. There it is. There's the first full-screen vantage look to see where he is. And, man, he really is setting the pace out there in this one. So Dale Martin running in the Pro Buggy here this weekend. His first lap time today was a 57 minute, almost neat time for that lap. So watching him now as he charges through some of that thick stuff was pretty incredible. Have a look at this. Dealing with what's out there at the moment. Nice flat running for a little bit, but there's some really tight stuff that he's been encountering earlier on, and obviously has dealt with that very well indeed. Grabbing plenty of air as he chases through. Watch him down on this flat here. Obviously, in the range that we had earlier, there was a lot of water sitting in that section right there, which has dried out. And you can see on those low laying areas where that's been the case. A look back, we can see cars travelling back along the road, back further, but I'm still looking for our second place car, which should be the Todd Lehman Pro Buggy. Nice bit of cloud cover out there for us at the moment. Let's have a look at this one come through. Wow, and there's Weightley by the look of it behind him. I reckon that'll be probably Lehman, and it is. That, believe it or not, in that shot, that's a cracker of a shot there right now. That is Todd Lehman that you can see right at the bottom part of the screen. But if you look just outside the middle of those trees there, any second now, there it is. That'll be Todd Weightley coming along in that extreme two-wheel drive class car. And, mate, let me tell you, he's driving that thing like his hair's on fire at the moment. I know he spoke about trying to be a bit reserved. I reckon that strategy may have gone straight out the window the moment that he saw Weightley. Weightley saw Lehman that far in front. So Lehman now really needs some of that tight stuff to help him out. But Weightley now on the charge. This is a brilliant shot coming from our drone out there. I think Shane and the team are out there doing that. This is brilliant to watch because there's not really that much between the two of them, and Weightley looks like he's actually gaining ground on him. And if we scan around a little further, there you go. That's kind of where Dale Martin currently is. He's well in front and kicking up the dust underneath the drone and beyond. Quickly, there he is. So that'll be Martin there as he chases through. Wow, Martin's on the gas and still going very strong indeed there. Look at that. And we started looking at these shots, they were only 15 k's out of town, so I'm telling you now, they're not going to be long before they're actually sitting right here at completion of the first one. So Martin's still going beautifully up there. Have a look at the footage of this thing. And he is driving a really concerted effort here today in this vehicle. He really wants to take the win here again. He's a two-time winner here. This will be his third if he manages to pick this up. And here's the footage as he's coming closer and closer to completion of his second lap. First lap saw him through on a 57, almost 57-minute flat time. He was roughly 55 seconds ahead of his next nearest competitor in the 85 of Todd Lehman, also in Pro Buggy class. We'll stick with Martin right now as he travels through for a little bit as he's heading closer and closer to us all the time. This is a beautiful shot from our drone now as they're charging down through the centre of our screen right now. And look how easily that thing is so supple in the way it walks through some of the undulating ground there. Gets on the gas now again as he powers it up and heading for completion of his second today. Nice run for him now as he turns it out and into some of the tighter sections as he gets closer to our Pooncarie Racing Club grassed grounds here. And there's Lehman right on cue behind him. The 85 Pro Buggy of Todd Lehman. Let's watch the attitude of this thing as it comes into earshot as well. Wow, look at all the dust that he's blowing up and out of that track. That is incredible. The wind doing a great job of moving it away and keeping the grounds free. But that's the shot I was looking for. Those lights right there of Toby Weightley. Have a look at this. The Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park extreme two-wheel drive car of Toby Weightley. Wow, look at this, man. He is really having a shot out here today. If I have a look at the distance between them, Weightley completed his lap on a 58.40 and Lehman was on a 57.55, so it was just shy of a minute between them. But let me tell you, that is less than a minute that I can see there now on road. So that is a classic Toby Weightley gathering up and going as hard as he can and closing up the distance. Here's Brent Smoothie coming in under small amounts of brakes there as he tries to keep the extreme 4x4 truck mobile now. Wow, he pulls that thing through quite solidly. Look at the air that he's getting off some of those drop-offs. And he is not out of the gas on this at all. If anything, he's got his foot absolutely smashed through the floorboards, making this thing drive itself home for completion of second lap. This is brilliant to be watching out here now. His time, Brent Smoothie, he went through on a 58.05, which is 58 minutes, 5.7 seconds for his last pass or last lap. We'll be looking to see possibly an equal time. Certainly he wouldn't want to be losing any out of it, but we'll see how it goes because the track is in less condition than it was, less favourable conditions, let's say, than it was earlier on today. Smart driving there for Brent Smoothie. Across the road crossing there. There goes the truck of Toby Weightley. Throwing up plenty of dirt. We're getting some really good footage shots out of this section just shy of our finish area. Across the top of the ridge there as he travels along solidly. air under tyres from time to time as he continues to push that extreme two-wheel drive vehicle forward. And you see that dust in front of him, still the dust trailing from Todd Lehman. Smoothie's now in the same position that we saw Weightley go through. So Smoothie's not that far adrift from Toby Weightley now. This extreme 4x4 now going as hard as it possibly can. And Smoothie's, no doubt about it, making ground on Weightley as well. This is shaping up to be a really solid battle. Sitting in Parc Ferme right now, which is the 996 of and the 701, which is the Toyota Land Cruiser Troopy. So Parker waiting in the 701 to get away. The Mudgee Cranes 996 entry of Paul Tuck Lee. He's waiting also in Parc Ferme to get away. But this is your lead driver now in the number 5 of Dale Martin. And on screen, he's continuing to carve the Ks out to get closer and closer all the time to completion of his second. And like I said, once we get him in, we'll start to, or a few of these guys, and we'll start to understand whether the lap times are blowing out or closing up. Slight error made there by Martin, but certainly nothing to hinder him too much. Got a really good open view of the track in front. And now he is very close to finish. He's only got a handful of corners to challenge now before he comes into completion of his second. As we said, he had a 57, almost 57-minute neat lap time prior. And that one looks like it's the Matthew Hansen car now, also going hard at it out there. That's him on the screen now, the number 7. And Hansen had a pretty solid pass earlier on today. He went through on a 59.34.6, which is, again, under the hour, which was a pretty solid effort for Matty Hansen. But we'll stay now in the main screen with the number 5 of Dale Martin, who's our current race leader in the Pro Buggy class. As we said earlier, only a handful of laps corners to contend with before he's right in our finish area now, and he is just shy of it now as we watch him on screen. And there you go, he's completed it. So that's his second for the day today completed. The 6.99 now of Lachlan Waters coming through on his times as well now, looking pretty solid. Looks like Smoothie's home. So too is Lehman. So too is Weightley. And if it looks to be correct, Toby Weightley came in on a faster time, obviously, than Todd Lehman. So provisionally, if we were to look at this, it looks like it's Martin who came in. Then there's the time sent by Smoothie, Weightley and Lehman slightly up front as well. So this will, once we get some times corrected out of this and we can have a good look at it, we can break it apart. But we've in our top 4 already that are home, which is Smoothie, Weightley, Lehman, Martin. Those 4 still looking pretty solid, as the first of our side-by-sides look like it's on the way to us as well. And I'd be thinking that would probably be Logan Gil in the 6:44, a 6:01 by the look of that. That's Glenn Ackroyd that we can see on screen right now. But I'd be expecting probably either Matty Hansen, Logan Gil or Lachlan Bailey, any one of those 3 to be the next set of wheels home.
Bush got a drowning last night.
Rightio, let's have a look at some times here, some provisional times for these guys. So Dale Martin went through on a 57, almost neat in his first lap, as we watch car number 644, which is the entry of Logan Gil there to finish his second today. 57 neat for Dale Martin. His second lap went through on a 59 minutes 45.3. Brent Smoothie, have a look at this, the extreme four-wheel drive category car. Initial lap was a 58 minute 5.7 second pass. He went through on a 59.05.4, so only a couple of, not quite a minute or thereabouts apart, or pretty close to a minute. Toby Weightley, initial lap time for him, a 58 minute 40.7 pass, went through on a 59 minute 29.2. Toddy Lehman home after completion of his second. He went through initially on a 57 minute 55 second lap, went through this time on 60 minutes 17.1 seconds, so not a lot in arrears there. Matty Hansen home, he initially put down a lap time of 59 minutes 34.6. This time he goes through on a 60 minute 47.6, so just under 2 minutes different in lap time for him. Logan Gil, let's have a look at him. He went through on a 59-minute, 54-second pass, this time through 60 minutes, 32. So he's literally under a minute, under 60 seconds. And if we talk about consistency, he's probably the guy that's been the most consistent through the day today. So that's a pretty solid effort from Logan Gil in the 6:44 side-by-side pro there. And again, provisional times, which provides the 30-minute withdrawal out of the service times that we provided in the overall length of the time. This is as close to kind of seeing lap times as we can. Looking out there now, that is the Ronco Motors sponsored side-by-side. I reckon that would probably be Royden Bailey, I would think, or Lachlan Bailey, possibly Lachlan Bailey in the 6:22 as he crosses the finish line. $61.38, sitting there waiting to get out, which is the, I reckon it's a pro line side-by-side. The 670 getting away there as well. So these guys are heading out towards the start of their second lap as we're watching the guys complete. Have a look at this. Lachlan Waters went out on the 6:99 side-by-side pro. His initial time was a 62:17.5, 62 minutes, 17.5 seconds. Ended up going, believe it or not, faster. He went a 61 minutes, 31.3. And if I look at Royden Bailey, have a look at this in the pro buggy. Royden Bailey went out in his initial lap today, a 61 minutes, 29.5, has just completed a 60 minutes, 51.9. So literally faster in his second lap than his first one. So that's a pretty outstanding effort for Royden Bailey in the pro buggy and also for Lachie Waters in the side-by-side pro, car number 699. Brilliant footage being shot out in the open there as we watch the 670 now coming into view. So starting the second lap now is the 670 entry of Nathan Shivers in the side-by-side pro. He did a 89-minute lap earlier, so he's out for his second lap now, and that's who you can see on screen right now. Rightio, what you can see on screen right now, I believe, is the Cummins entry. You can see just in the left-hand side of the screen there, that's the white car of, I reckon that might be Andrew Cummins in the extreme two-wheel drive entry there, would be car number 467. And there's another one not far behind him as well, so that's going to be well worth watching as they start to come closer towards us as our screen pixelates just for a moment. We'll straighten that out shortly. But you can see that's the Cummins entry there. And right behind him, have a look at this. This will be the other of the Cummins cars of, I reckon, Nick Cummins, and the other one would probably be Andrew Cummins, potentially. We'll wait and see when they get a little closer, but this is shaping up to be a real decent battle, and I reckon they're going to land almost front of screen here when they get close enough to potentially pass. So we'll just keep our eye on the right-hand side of that screen. There it is, right on cue. Wow, these guys are right on the pin today. Let's stay with them in this shot. This is brilliant. Shane, I believe, and the team are up there knocking this one out for us. They're about 15 Ks out or thereabouts from the finish line end here. So these guys know what's required to continue to get another 15 Ks out of these to complete this lap. But man, they are on fire at the moment. Have a look at this. As we scan down, there's the initial leader of this battle of two that we were talking about just before, as they tip into that left-hander now. And as we'd claimed it earlier, this would be the Cummins car, I reckon, of Nick Cummins. And watch out of the dust here. That's the 479 of Nick Cummins. So that's Nick Cummins there that we can see in the Westline black truck. And I reckon the other was the two-wheel drive of Andrew Cummins in the 467. That's going to be an interesting discussion in the pit area later, I can tell you. But anyhow, let's just keep an eye on these two as they charge along. The clean air is probably the best of the two positions to be in right now, with that car right in centre of screen as we wait for it to get closer. And that's Nick Cummins on the chase behind him. Wow, he's having a fair dinkum crack right now. As we scan around in front, obviously a reasonable amount of ground covered. Once we get into this flat open ground territory, these trucks tend to really walk away and start to set pace. You know, speeds of up to 200 kilometres an hour plus in some of those sections there, so there's no mucking about. They really are on the gas. Tight right-hander here now as they charge through. Look at this, nothing between them. That is crazy. Over the road crossing here, getting a little bit of air for our lead car. Right-hander now as they climb up the hill, a slight incline there. A little bit different angle now as we get a little further away. And if anything, the wind clearing the dusted area reasonably well, although the second Cummins car now deep in the dirt now, trying to get through the dust. Guys are getting a little bit of air in that undulated area out through there as they charge along. And for Nicholas Cummins there in arrears right in the screen now as he charges behind the back of that car in front. He's now making good ground with the wind clearing that dust out. He gets a better look at this track as he tries to shorten the distance between the two of them. As I said, there's a fantastic footage being captured by Shane and the team a little further out on the track, and knowing full well that they are, for every K they're putting on now, getting closer and closer to our finish area here. Nick Cummins has made some ground up in this as well as he gasses it through that left-hand turn, really on the pin. Look at this. This is closing gap all the way. Getting now into more of the red loam dirt now as the dust colour changes from white to shade or paler pink colour. Streaking away and doing a brilliant job at the front end of the field here for these two guys running in this extreme two-wheel drive class. Look at this now. This is live footage coming out of that region behind the back of us now as they head towards our start-finish area here at the Pooncarie race course. Well, that's Nick Cummins we can see on screen right there. That is the 479 truck charging along and just edging on the dust of the other lime wire car in front. Through the gate there, which means that they are not far from finish here for the second lap for the Cummins entry. West Lime charge now well and truly in hand. There's going to be some bragging rights in this one when they get to the other end, let me tell you. But the best part of this story is seeing that they're both going as hard as they are, and at completion of their second lap, which means that they're going strong. There's no issues with that team. certainly not carrying any problems out there at the moment. The Westline guys are now getting closer and closer to the finish line. We can see where that finish line area is right there, so they are only moments away from completing that, and then we'll get a really good handle on who's who. To be honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a couple of what I would call red numbers, and the red numbers mean that they're actually gone a little faster in their second lap than their first lap. As you can see, some of these guys typically losing time, some of them gaining it. We had Royden Bailey as one of them, Lockie Waters was the other, and we've only had two of them so far today, but I wouldn't mind betting that in amongst this group here there'll certainly be one red light and one red set of numbers that'll drop in for here, and the second one may very well be 2 out of 2 for the Reds. Let's have a look as they go through. So Nick Cummins went through last on his last lap, was a 62-minute, 6.8 second pass. And the other one that would have been closer would have been probably Andrew Cummins, a 63 minutes, 22.2. So let's just wait and see what those numbers look like when they come through to us corrected. So that's Kaminsky there that we can see on screen right now. He's at the road crossing right now. So that's just under, I reckon that's at about probably the 12k mark or something like that from where we are right now. So those two guys out of that truck at that position is probably not a great look. As you can see, the remainder of the field starting to go through. Thumbs down from the Kaminsky crew. So obviously an issue has arisen for that truck, and thumbs down meaning there's not a lot of action going to happen out of that camp for the remainder of the day today, which is a shame really, because Brett Kaminsky's so committed to off-road racing here, and that truck obviously having an issue. Will certainly get a hold of what the problems are when they get a little closer to town, or we get the reports that come through. Other side-by-sides just charging along nicely there on screen right now. Whoa, kicking up plenty of dust, a nice pothole there to open up and kick the dirt and the dust up into the air. Sounds like Brett Kaminsky's pulled up at the 93 kilometre mark, which is pretty close to where I think Aaron James pulled up. He pulled up at the 92, which was a K short of that particular position. So not great news for those guys in that team. Next to the trucks that we can see on track at the moment, cranking through right now. Pushing hard across the flats there now. Hard to imagine. There was only a couple of weeks ago there was quite a bit of water sitting in those low-flying flats. You can see the very light-coloured points is pretty much where the last of the water dried out. So the guys, had it been a number of weeks ago, would have been running across some pretty wet areas through there. But like always, the Pooncarie Desert Dash is exactly that. It is a desert out this way, and it does become very, very dusty, and the guys are dealing with those conditions, as you can see right here firsthand now on our live stream here this weekend. Hope you're enjoying all of the footage that's coming to you with all of the details that we're adding to it as the day or the event unwinds for 2026. Great to have it here as part of the first round of the Australian Off-Road Championships, running at the 45th time for Motorsport Australia, and of course in conjunction with our naming rights sponsor for the Off-Road Championships this year, of course, Kaminsky Mining Services. Thank you very much to, of course, the Kaminsky family, Brett and all of the guys and girls involved with that team. They do a wonderful job of servicing the mining industry, but they also help to share some of that around with some of the kind sponsorship that they've been handing out to not only the off-road champs as well as a number of other teams out and about in the motorcycling world as well. So it's brilliant to have them on board. So anything in off-road racing, Kaminsky is being fairly committed to making sure that these events are successfully run. Hence the reason why he's tipped into this running for the Off-Road Champ Series this year. And again, we thank Kaminsky for that. Coming into view now, another of our side-by-sides. By the look of it this time round, that's the truck of Phil Lovett, I reckon, behind him. The 897 of what we would call Phil Lovett having a real go out there at the moment. The extreme four-wheel drive class. Previous time for Phil was a 62-minute, 46-second lap. Be interesting to see how close to that he gets this time round. So we've got times through for the two Cummins cars, which we were talking about earlier. Nicholas Cummins went through on a 62-minute, 6.8-second lap earlier. His second one today was a 62.31, so he's only about 20 seconds off the pace of being quicker on his second lap. So 20 seconds less than what he had earlier. And the other one was Andrew Cummins that we were talking about that got through in the extreme two-wheel drive as well. And his initial lap was a 63-minute, 22.2. This time he went 63 minutes, 41.5. So, and again, 20 seconds off the pace for him. So that's a pretty solid effort for both those Cummins boys in those extreme two-wheel drive trucks. Dean Carter's home, so is Ben Nixon. We'll have a quick look at Nixon's time. Nixon on the side-by-side pro, 62 minutes 15 for his first lap, 63 minutes 52, so just over a minute and a bit for Ben Nixon in his second lap, which was to be expected. Dean Carter home, he went 63.50.0. Dean Carter's second lap, a 63.50.7, 7 hundredths of a second off, being equal to his previous lap, which is pretty awesome. Alan Dixon went through on the pro light, a 64 minute 37.3. This time around 65.44.7. And we were talking about Samuel Cummins earlier in the side-by-side pro. His previous lap was a 63 minutes 11.0. This time round he went 68 minutes 25.2. So a little bit longer to do that second lap. But hey, looking at the conditions of the track out there, particularly for the side-by-side pros, anything that's close to your initial time today in your first lap is going to be a pretty solid time. So that's where we currently sit with some of those provisional times coming through. So that means we have currently 20 cars that are home for completion of second lap, as we watch Phil Lovett now on the chase to get home to complete his second. And if we look at his time, Lovett was a 62.46.0, which is 62 minutes 46 seconds flat. Wait for his time to come back when he comes into the arena this time round. On screen there right now is the 61.65 of Benjamin Ward. And that seems to be still going along nice and strong, which is really good news for him as he keeps kicking along in screen there right now. And, of course, Benjamin Ward, an earlier time for him was a 68 minutes 17.9. So we're looking to see if he can go as close to that number as he can on the completion of his second lap. Let's have a look here now. Greg Campbell's home in the 651 side-by-side pro. He ran a 65 minute 46.3 this time round, ran a 68 minute 17.9, and that was again to be expected for Campbell. It is quite rough out there for those side-by-side pros as well. So Phil Lovett now on the charge, and you can see that side-by-side getting off the road a little bit. That's that press-to-pass function that's been given. So he gets past now, and the side-by-side gets back onto the road and goes again. So Lovett really on the charge now, and we were talking about that earlier in that stream 4x4 for Phil Lovett. You know, his time is 62 minutes 44.6. Let's have a look at what that looks like when the times come through. Expecting that time to probably blow out a little bit from 62 minutes to maybe 63 or 4 or something like that. But Lovett will now be heading to that fuel area before he gets parked up. I can see Dale Martin in the number 5 buggy there waiting patiently to get away in that Parc Ferme area. As we see on that right-hand white screen now, the cars that are operational, the 489 that we were talking about earlier on, parked up there, that red ring around that number indicating that there was an issue with that car there. beautiful shots now of our Parc Ferme area. You can see right there at the very bottom of the screen there, that car sitting to the left-hand side with the blue stripe on it. That is the Dale Martin car. Beside him, that would be the Todd Lehman car. Smoothie there behind Lehman in that extreme four-wheel drive truck. And then above that, off to the left-hand side, the Todd Weightley extreme two-wheel drive car waiting patiently. See, that's a group of first four sitting there. Behind that, that is the 7 of the Martin car. So Matty Hansen sitting there in the number 7. Logan Gil would be the next car that we'd see there beside him. Then back a little further, I reckon we'd be seeing Lachlan and Lachlan Bailey in the 622 and Royden Bailey in the 52, which is what we can see up there. Glenn Ackroyd, the 601, is in that group as well, and so too the 699 Lockie Waters. So that's kind of the group that we've got sitting in there waiting right now before our officials will release the lead car, which is that one right at the bottom left-hand side of our screen, the number 5 of Dale Martin. Crazy in the top 6, we have 3 pro buggies. We have 1 extreme four-wheel drive car, 1 extreme two-wheel drive car, and to round out the 6, the first of our side-by-side pros with Logan Gil. And that's just incredible that we've got such a diverse group of cars in that top 6. That's the 473 car there. I reckon that's Matty Smith in the extreme two-wheel drive that we can see on screen right now. Wow, look at the air he's getting over those little ramps as he gets airborne. Hey, that's pretty cool to watch. On the gas hard down right through the centre of that track now as he pushes. Another of our side-by-sides now coming into view. This was probably one of the foot cars in the iTech technology. I reckon that would be probably Ashley Foot, 638. Let's have a good look at that as it comes through. It's certainly not a pink cage, which would be the Danielle Foot car. I reckon it's probably Ash Foot or someone like that that we'll just caught a glimpse of then. Keeping the foot buried in the back end of this one as they crank along. Very shortly they'll be within shooting distance of our finish line, so we can actually grab some times out of it. And there you go, the guys are coming through one of the fence markers there. I reckon that was footage we saw then of Todd Lehman and his crew. That shot you can see up in the top right-hand part of the corner, that is the Brent Smoothie Extreme 4x4. Our marshals in that area still holding those cars before we get away again for what would be the last lap, lap 3 today. 3 to be completed today and 1 completed yesterday, a total of 4 laps. And there's the Dale Martin entry, the Jimco Pro Buggy waiting patiently for a start for release out of our Parc Ferme area. Navigator, of course, sitting in the left-hand side, a right-hand drive Jimco here. That's the 473 that we can see on screen there at the moment, and that appears to be the car of Matty Smith. We were talking earlier about the extreme two-wheel drive class. He's campaigning that along nicely, so he'll place within. Big Fox Shock sitting in the front of the Martin car. And there's Dale Martin now composing himself, waiting patiently on the phone there, I would say, checking the last of the details that he needs before he goes out for his next lap. He's rubbing his hands. He's keen to get away. Trust me, he is keen to get going. You can probably hear me down there. Hopefully good lap in front of you today, Dale, for your last one today, buddy. Can see Todd Lehman sitting there as well, waiting patiently for things to kick off. Big wave inside the cab from Dale Martin. What about down here? We'll have a look at this group. This is the Smoothie car. As our camera works its way down through the pack. Have a look at this, the Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park crew. And that looks like it's Toby Weightley there waiting patiently, having a chat. He knows he's going to get away in that first group. Now we move down to Matty Hansen and his crew. Nigel Pendlebury there, bit of a way from Nige. Hopefully things go well for you guys down there, Matt and Nigel, in your last lap today, guys. Good luck. A 622 of Lachlan Bailey. The car is vacant. Two helmets sitting on the dashboard, waiting patiently. Also out of the Ronco Motors sponsored class, the 52 entry of Royden Bailey, waiting patiently without drivers in that one. They know they've got a little bit of time there. The 38 car there of Dean Carter, it is, the Pro Buggy. Guys will just wait patiently for their chance at taking out the last lap here at the Pooncarie Desert Dash. And there's the Bentley car. The Toyo Tyre sponsored Bentley Motorsport Extreme 4x4 of Hayden Bentley. Quick look inside the cab there. Guys got their own little office to deal with in there. There's young Frick having a bit of a chin wag, chewing the fat with the boys there in the INH class car there. Rightio, let's have a quick look through a couple of cars we need to have a quick chat about. Benjamin Ward in the side-by-side Pro Home, grab some red numbers here in this one. Went through earlier, his first lap was a 68 minute 17.9 second pass. He's now gone through on a 67.31. Neat, which is a pretty awesome effort. And Cooper Weston in the side-by-side Pro went through earlier on a 73 minute flat, and this time went through on a 76 minute 66 minute 34 second pass, which meant that he carved quite a bit of time out of his initial first lap. So obviously things went a lot better for Cooper Weston in the side-by-side Pro, car number 655 today than lap one. So that's great news for of course Cooper in that one. So the guys in Parc Ferme, I believe, are being held for an additional 20 minutes, and the reason for that is because there are some slow runners on the track out there at the moment, so our drivers and teams are a little bit relaxed in that area right now, purely because of that additional time that's been allotted for that. So thank you so much for your patience out there, guys. Really appreciate it as we ensure that the race remains safe, and by adding that extra time, that's enabled us to do that. So we do thank you for your cooperation with that one, hey? Rightio, look, as you can see, they're all lined up, ready to roll for the last lap. 1 lap left to roll for most of these guys. And the number 5 car of Dale Martin still sitting there waiting. Beside him, Todd Lehman, Brett Smoothie, Toby Weightley. Very shortly we'll get a quick walk and talk out of the Parc Ferme area. I can see Shane heading down there pretty quickly, so we'll be throwing over to him in a moment to walk through some of the cars that are about ready to go away, starting probably with the number 5. I would think of Dale Martin, so I'll throw over to him now.
What's going on here, mate?
Talking to the wife.
What are you telling her?
I'm asking her for some times. They're a bit unclear of what's going on. So,
And but how are you feeling in the car? It's looking very fast. You've had clean air and having a good run.
yeah, that's good. It looks fast. It feels pretty fast. So, no, clean run, dream run really. So, can't complain.
What's the plan on this last lap?
Just more of the same. What we did last lap. Probably need to go pick up the pace a little bit. We backed off in the rough, but probably just can't really afford to do that again. Yeah, it's got a clean, fast lap.
The car looks clean. Are you happy with it? No.
It's a dream. It's a clean run, clean car, no damage, knock on wood, but yeah, couldn't ask for anything more.
I won't talk about winning, but hopefully we'll see you at the end of this lap, mate. Good luck. Take it easy. Take care. We'll go around here and see Toddy in the other car. Mate, how's things for you?
Yeah, it's going all good, mate. Yeah, track's getting cut up, so it's sort of getting a bit tougher for us, but we'll just keep battling away.
And your day so far?
Yeah, we've had a pretty clean run. Haven't had any moments as of yet. Yeah, it's just been a good keeping it safe.
A win still within shot for you, I guess. Yeah. What's the plan right now?
The plan now is just push as hard as we can without doing anything silly. There's still a lot of racing, over 100 k's to go. So yeah, we got to still keep on our toes and just do what we can.
You got a healthy car?
Yeah, car's all good. Yeah, nothing wrong with it. So we'll just keep battling away.
Good luck, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Right, we'll go back here and we'll see. This guy's sitting on the wrong side of the car, but it's Smoothie. How are you, mate?
Yeah, going good, mate. Ready to roll?
You've been stepping up each lap. It's looking fast, sounds clean, good car.
Yeah, the car's good, mate, and the track's obviously coming to the truck. The 4-wheel drive's obviously a big advantage, and the 40-inch tyres. It's getting pretty brutal out there, so we'll see how these guys go in the last lap. But it's suicide to try and pass, the track. It's stumps and just the dust, we catch them in the dust and sort of kills us a bit. But anyway, a long way to go still, 100 k's.
Can you win it?
Flat tyre or something, mate. Someone else gets a flat tyre, you never know. You've been doing this a long time, mate. Anything can happen.
Well, I wish you good luck, and we'll see you at the finish, buddy. Have a good one.
Thank you, brother.
We'll go around here. We'll catch up with Toby quick. I don't know how long we've got left here. Oh, he's on the other side too. I didn't know this. How's he going over there? How's the truck going?
It's going good. Pretty dusty and all that sort, but it's forming up better now, so we're getting around it a bit quicker, I reckon.
All right, I'll leave you to it. I'll come see Toby. Mate, how you going?
Yeah, not bad, eh? Just see if we can get to the end, and that's our plan, so...
What's the plan on this last lap?
Just try and get to the end, eh? That's the main thing, get to the finish.
You got a good truck under you?
Yeah.
That's a big truck. Right, we'll go back and see Matt here. How you going, buddy? Tell us about your day so far.
Yeah, no, we're still circulating. Had a chasing a few little gremlins, but yeah, enjoying it. Haven't raced here much on a Sunday before, so it's good.
Well, I'll leave you to it. Good luck. I hope to see you at the finish.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, buddy.
What's the plan now?
I'm going to go back out and I'll be back.
Big thanks to Shane for going through and doing a quick walk and talk with some of those guys that are held on the Parc Ferme area. It was great to get a bit of an insight for some of them as they're getting ready to march out for the very last lap today. You can see Smoothie's car still moving down there in the screen, right behind that car of Toby Weightley. That's the car of Lehman, which is second on road, and the first car right there in front of us, that's the number 5 of Dale Martin. Dale Martin getting close to bearing away. There he goes. He's released last lap of the 4 that he needs to complete for a win here in the Pooncarie Desert Dash here this weekend. And Martin has been released and he's got away. And again, he'll have very good air in front of him, clear air and clean track, or as good as clean track that he'll find in front of him now as he barrels off out into the wilderness now. Right behind him will be the 85 car, I would think, of Todd Lehman. Great footage now of Dale Martin. Martin looking very strong in this, and this will be his 3rd win at the Pooncarie Desert Dash in a row. There's something about this place that gels so well with not just he, but also with the car and the area and the environment around it. The REM sponsored Todd Lehman, car number 85 now, has been released from the start line, kicking up plenty of dirt as it starts firing away. Down into that tight right-hander now, almost a U-turn for him as he gets back up along the parallel of the road. If the drone sort of shows you just a little bit further up, the road is there. It is right beside where the track runs, so people along that roadside there getting a great vantage point. With the dust obviously flowing away from that roadside, they're getting a really good view of everything that's going on here out at the Pooncarie race course here at the moment. There's your 3rd car that'll be on road. That's the car of Toby Weightley, the South Aussie boy out of the Riverland, looking good. Weightley now gets the gas into it and fires it away from the start line. This is running in the extreme 2-wheel drive class, and for a 2-wheel drive truck this size, this is a pretty awesome effort for Weightley. Really hoping that he completes this one today as he takes out one of the markers there off the start point. But he's still got the foot buried deep into this and driving it like he really needs the points in this one. With some of the heavy hitters out in that extreme 2-wheel drive class, Toby Weightley now looks like he'll consolidate and grab some really solid round 1 points for the Australian Off-Road Championship here, so that's pretty good news for him so far. This is the next fastest guy on the road, Brent Smoothie, in the extreme 4-wheel drive car, as it comes to life now off the start line. Smoothie now, probably Smoothie by name, but trying to keep it smooth by nature out there too, this big truck. For those that aren't aware, these things are really solid in size. If you think about some of those big Chevrolet Silverados you see driving around pulling those caravans and some of those larger trailers, these things are every bit as big as that, if not slightly bigger, certainly a bit wider, and in some cases slightly longer than those things too. So this is a pretty big footprint truck that you see firing away, and with that, you've got to be a pretty solid pilot to keep a handle on it, keep it where it needs to be pointed to, and no doubt about it, Brent Smoothie in that extreme 4x4 doing a great job today here at the last lap of the Pooncarie Desert Dash. That's the Hanson entry you see there now. Matty Hanson getting away now in his pro buggy. Second of the pro buggies out on the road today. The first, or third, I should say, Dale Martin and Toby and Todd Lehman out already. So the SMU Racing sponsored number 7, Matty Hanson, looking pretty solid. Hanson, a nice tight turn in that U-turn or hairpin bend that he gets around now. Now starts to open the throttle plates on it and get it out nice and fast in the long, straighter sections. And you can see it walking from side to side across the top of some of those mounds. Just gives you an indication of how rough and how undulated the tops are on those things. They're certainly not smooth approaches anymore after the amount of trucks we've had across, or cars we've had across that area. Next away will be the first of our side-by-sides. I reckon this will be the 644. I'm right on tune there. It is the 644 of Logan Gil. Gil's handled this brilliantly today. And in class, 100% the leader. And looking really, really solid as he cranks through. Got to tip my hat to this guy. He's had a brilliant day today. And even yesterday, put some really good numbers on the board for the first lap. And prologue for him, just put him in the position that he needed to be to get a half-decent start yesterday afternoon, and managed to drop a really fast lap on the board, which gave him prime position for today. All he's done today really is just continued to consolidate on what's been provided by his Navy's grouping to get themselves through. The Method race wheels start line area there, allowing the next one to get away. And we do thank Method race wheels for their connections here this weekend for the running of our prologue. That was sensational to watch that. And of course, there's Lachlan Bailey hailing out of the Ronco Motors camp. Car number 622, side-by-side pro. This guy only had roughly 30 seconds difference between his first 2 laps today. Hopefully he can stay on the pin and bring home a solid placing in that class of side-by-side pro. Next away, which should be another of our side-by-side pros, and this should be the 622 of Lachie Bailey. So there's Lachie Bailey out there. Pro buggy of Royden Bailey is the next one away. You see the Method race flags, Method race wheels flags blowing briskly in the wind as it's picked up considerably. 699 through now. That's the Lachlan Waters entry, side-by-side pro there. Great to have you here on the telecast this weekend. Hopefully enjoying the live footage being beamed out by the team here for the running of the 45th round of the Off-Road Championships for both Motorsport Australia and, of course, Kaminsky Mining Services, and naming right sponsor for this season for the running of those championship rounds. Great to have them on board for 2026. Brett Kaminsky and all of the guys and girls at Kaminsky Mining Services, we do thank you for your connections here this weekend. Another hailing out of the Ronco Motors camp, and this one will be released as we get away now. Plenty of dust flying, but the wind moving it away pretty significantly. This will be the 52 entry of Royden Bailey in the pro buggy. Making it look pretty easy out there at the moment, but trust me, it is far from that right now. Kicking up the dust and going nicely out there is Bailey. course, Royden, father of Lachlan Bailey out there. Lachlan in front of him, he may end up getting a hurry up from the old boy as the day progresses through in the last lap here now. This one getting away now is another of our side-by-side pros, the 601, which is the entry of Glenn Ackroyd. Now, this guy in this Fuchs-sponsored side-by-side pro would not surprise me if this will be a solid charge from him to try and get up closer into that side-by-side pro placings. Currently, he is the third side-by-side pro away today. But I can tell you that he is on the charge and trying to claw back to get into the placings. So have a look at this. He's really on the pedal as he gets away from our start point. We go back to the start line. Looks like we've got another car waiting to get away and released. Real efficient crew of people down here in our start line. This is the 61-68 entry of Benjamin Nixon, another side-by-side pro. Nixon's times have all been roughly in that 62-63 minute lap time, hoping that he'll stay somewhere within that and stay pretty competitive in side-by-side pro here this weekend. And of course, if you'd like to, if you like what's being shot out via the net today over the last 2 days, it's coming to you via the group of offroadracing.com.au. So that's offroadracing.com.au. Do yourself a favour, log on, have a look. I believe there's potential for you to be able to leave comments or something in amongst it. And if you'd like to leave any of the comments, not just for what's occurring here this weekend, but for any of the rounds coming up as well, this will be the website that you need to hit, offroadracing.com.au, the single source of information across off-road racing in the country from here on. That is the only site you need to log to. So do yourself a favour, lock it in as one of your favourites, and from time to time jump back on it, because even in between broadcasts we'll be putting forward not just results from previous rounds, but a great platform for you to be able to open up discussion points, and more importantly get all of the live commentary and all of the live updates across the whole weekend. As an example, you know, like we've got latest news that comes up, a confirmation, of course, of Craig Lowndes looking at the 2026 Fink in a 715, number 715 Silverado for him. That'll be pretty awesome, and this guy's going to back that up by doing that. There's a whole range of stories. The starters that are set for the 2026 McPhee Freight and G Turbo Classic, which of course is a part of the Western Australian Off-Road Champs for the 26 series. And again, another one there, Matto moving into four wheels, and Robbie Madison's Wild Trophy Truck debut potentially coming up. You know, any of that sort of off-road information, you'll find it on offroadracing.com.au. Get into it, log it in, and see what goes on. There's even a classified sections where you can literally look to buy something, sell something. You may have parts laying around you want to do. That is the central hub. So offroadracing.com.au, that's the site to click into. Lock it in as one of your favourites, and give us some feedback. Okay, give us some feedback on what you saw over the weekend. It'd be great to see. On screen at the moment is the Hayden Bentley Motorsports entry. He got away nicely and released out into his last effort for the weekend this weekend. And I know Hayden Bentley, with the way he's been over the many years that he's been racing, he's really looking for a finish today. He wants to put another one under his belt, and he does a great job of pedaling that thing. Here's another of your trucks to get away this afternoon. Now, just gone after 1 o'clock in New South Wales time, which is Eastern Seaboard time. The 479 away now of Nicholas Cummins. Cummins putting down 62-minute lap times in both of laps done this afternoon, or today, this morning and into the afternoon. They've all been 62-minute lap times, so expecting to see something of a very similar nature for him this weekend as he puts his last one down. Watching him charge up that centre section there now in our screen. And right up the very top, a big thank you to the Wentworth Shire Council. That water truck, as you can see up the very top there with that flashing light, has done so many passes, knocking dust down for the tracks coming into the event and everywhere else for that matter. And a big thank you to the Wentworth Shire, another one of those fantastic sponsors that's looked after us this weekend. West Lime's the best line for the 467 now, getting away off the line, and the 467 is the Andrew Cummins Extreme two-wheel drive car or truck. This thing also been circulating in 63-minute lap times, which is a pretty awesome effort. To be only seconds away from consistent lap times in a truck like that. And, you know, any of these guys running these extreme two-wheel drives, they're really having a go out there, because to be stuck in amongst some of those pro buggies, the Extreme 4x4 by Brent Smoothie, and even some of those smaller side-by-side pros, you know, this is a pretty solid effort from these guys, because they are a heavy truck and a big truck, and they really only have rear drive to assist them. That's it. So you've got to be a pretty solid pilot to pedal that through and stay right in the front traffic lines. Here we have another of our buggies to get away. This is the Dixon entry of Benjamin Dixon, side-by-side pro, 61, the 153, I should say. Apologies on that one. The 153, which is Alan Dixon in the Pro Light. This little Pro Light is really relishing the conditions out there. You can see that very supple style suspension in the front and the rear of this thing enables it to get across that rough ground pretty well. So hopefully it'll go well for Alan Dixon out there in that 153 Pro Light here today. Don't forget, of course, if you are logged in today and you're watching our live stream free live stream, I might say. There's no need to pay anything or purchase anything. Just get on board and have a look. And if you are watching, leave us some comments on offroadracing.com.au and we'll see if we can't send some shout-outs to you. Love to know where you're watching from, to see who's the furthest out or whether there's people just down the road that are watching it. And, of course, even a little bit of feedback, what your thoughts are in regards to offroadracing.com.au. And the Aussie 7 out there now, the 475. That's the entry of Simon Knight. And a nice little bit of kick along from Dallas Reading, who sends out the Go Aussie 7 for the boys today. So great to have Dallas Reading send us something a couple of hours ago. But like I said, if you've got any comments to leave for us, drop them there. Oh, have a look at this. The Aussie 7 doing another loop down the bottom there. And takes the bin out. There you go. We didn't know how long the bin was going to take, but it's sitting in the track now. That's a pretty wild effort as the Aussie 7 gets away. Simon Knight doing the business out there right now. That bin is really second-hand now, that's for sure. Yeah, but offroadracing.com.au, that's your website. Make sure you hop onto it for anything off-road racing. That's your website, offroadracing.com.au. There's the 95 getting away now. That's the entry of Brett Rogers in the Pro Buggy. Rogers looking really solid now as he cranks through. Boy, is he on the gas. Have a look at this. Man, he is on fire out there at the moment, this guy. Knew he lost a bit of time at the start point there on that hairpin turn where he turned it right around. Must have been fairly loose there. 6:47 I can see there. That's Tyson Garver. Right beside him, the 473. I reckon that's the Matty Smith Extreme 4x4 waiting patiently. There's Phil Lovett in the background in the blue Extreme 4x4 or four-wheel drive truck. Prior to him getting away, there's still a couple we had to load up and fire out of the gun, and this is one of them, the GRC 651 entry belonging to Greg Campbell in the side-by-side Pro. Walking through all of that terrain out there, that's pretty awesome to see that. Makes it look so simple and so easy out there, but trust me, there's a lot more to it than just pinning it and pointing it in the right direction. There's certainly a lot of skill involved because there are times you really need to get out of the gas, times you got to get on it, and also it's about steering it in the right position to try and minimise damage as well. So these guys all living the dream out there at the moment. Just wait patiently for the next one to draw forward. Here we go. We have released Next On Road, which is another of our side-by-side pros. And this one is the 61.49 entry of Kyle Reid. Reid's been travelling around in lap times of around about 66, 67 minutes, which is pretty cool. So I think there's a comment there from Ali Howells. Are we leaving on lap 4 on corrected time with 1 minute intervals? So I believe they are leaving on corrected time, and I do believe the 1 minute intervals are correct. But there was an additional 20 minutes that was added to try and open up the field a little bit so that we weren't running into the back half of the competitors out there. But a nice comment from Ali on that one. As we watch Phil Lovett from Lovett's Earth Moving Getaway. So Phil Lovett away in the Extreme 4-wheel drive. He posted a 62 and a 64 minute lap times respectively, as he cranks away now. Does look good as he keeps it on the gas. Beautiful footage there of Phil Lovett. Heading out into the outlying stations and properties now around the Pooncarie region. Getting an unconfirmed report yet about Brent Smoothie that potentially there may have been a stop with that car. We'll wait and see as that unfolds as we watch the next car get away. This, of course, is the 655 entry, which belongs to, of course, the 655 will be the Cooper Western entry, I would think. There it is, 655 of Cooper Western in the side-by-side Pro. Charging along pretty solidly there as well. That's really good news for Coop. He's shifting himself further and further up the grids, which is great. Let's have a look at the next one. Released now. This is another side-by-sides with the 647. 647 of Tyson Garver out of Queensland. Queensland are handling the terrain here quite well in that little side-by-side Pro. Nice flow of cars coming into Parc Ferme now as they're released out to the start line proper, which is a great initiative that the Sunraysia Motorsports Club have put together this weekend to ensure that we have a very smooth transition from the park area where we assemble them to get them in the right order for start out on the line. Next truck away, the 473, which is the entry of Matty Smith, running extreme two-wheel drive. The truck's still sounding pretty solid, and wasn't a lot of work done to it over the break. There's your next one sitting on line there. That's the 424 of Kyle Judd, running extreme two-wheel drive. set up, ready to roll. 61.59 is the other one sitting beside him, Clint Broomhall, as he waits as well. Some great pictures being captured by our on-ground guys, motoring around with the cameras, picking up all of the footage in the action. .638 away now. This is the Ashley Foot entry, side-by-side pro. They've been circulating in 67 minutes or thereabouts, circa numbers for them. So they get an opportunity to fire off and do what they need to do. Let's have a look at the next of our cars that'll get away. Sounds like Martin Lehman and the 421 car of Toby Weightley are at the 50k mark, so they are still going strong out there. Another getting behind the Go Aussie 7 with the flag there, Kim Farmer. Great to have you on board, Kim. Would like to know where you're from. If you want to chuck that in your comments when you send them through, just let us know where you're watching in from, who you're chasing and or following, and what you're thinking of the telecast here this weekend, because the guys at offroadracing.com.au trying to do their best to make sure that they get as much info to you without cluttering everything up and giving you the best of the vantage points if you can't be here in person to watch it live here on the stream. And they've been doing an awesome job of capturing so much of what goes on in this race. We've been picking up footage from 15Ks out. Yesterday we were a couple of Ks out watching them come back in. So the guys are doing a fantastic job of that. This is the Gardner entry leaving town now. We do look forward to seeing the sports light of Adrian Gardner. This will be the 1:05.5 entry firing away from us now in the sports light. Been running at around about 68 to 70 odd minute lap times. First things first, for the Gardner group, let's get home and finish the event. Secondly, if you can stay somewhere in that margin, you're probably doing pretty well in class. So let's just watch them now as they navigate around beside that Pooncarie to Menindee Road and keep firing down along that parallel for all of the speckies to get a good look at where they're doing. .626 out there now, and that of course is the entry belonging to Daniel Challen, I think it is, who's out there at the moment. Daniel Challen away in the side-by-side pro right up the top. I've been running 67 and 66 minute laps, so that's putting him in a pretty good position in class for that one. So we hope Daniel gets this one under his belt and completes it. Nice comment coming through on the website from Ray Weightley. Go Toby, and I think everybody doing the same thing, hoping he does really well. Mate, Toby's been peddling that thing brilliantly this weekend. And for a guy to be running an extreme two-wheel drive class car right up the front end of that field, mate, that is a pretty awesome effort. So, Ray, I think we're alongside you in that one. And Luke Shadbolt's just sent through something. The coverage is really good with a thumbs up. Awesome, Luke. Would like to know where both yourself and Ray are probably hailing from. I'm guessing that Ray Weightley's probably out back in the Riverland somewhere watching on the live stream. And Luke Shadbolt, hard to say where you're from as well. But like I said, if you're sending something through to us, just drop a comment where you're from and we can give you a shout out for where you're out of as well. So, but offroadracing.com.au, that's your page to connect to, load up to it and make sure you see all of it live here and connect up with everything in the lead up to each of the rounds for the Australian Off-Road Championships here. Bradley brought us this here by the team at Kaminsky Mining Services, of course, and Motorsport Australia. Thank you for your involvement. That's the 635, the iTech World Car of Danielle Foote. And Danny Foote on the chase now. Danny's been running through with some pretty solid times here this weekend, and we do hope that she ends up with a finish here this weekend. Wow, I'm on a Mazda 635. It looks like that's picked up. That's Danielle Foote stop there. And away again. So I'd say just a slight pull up for something and then back underway again. Not slowing any of the pace either. She's still on the gas fairly well on that little side-by-side pro. So that's pretty cool as well. So still underway. This will be the first of those Cummins extreme two-wheel drive trucks that we've been watching here this weekend, the Overland 424. .424 of Kyle Judd it is, that's out there in the extreme two-wheel drive class car. Kyle Judd, first lap out was a 74 and then actually went 68, so a little bit faster in his second lap. Let's hope he can stay in a completion of that lap and that he's on now, and in a respectable time as well. That'd be a real wish for him. Rightio, let's have a look here now. The 61.59 entry. 61.59 of Clint Broomhall through as well. Broomhall now out on his last lap in the side-by-side pro. Really popular class, this one. There's a ton of them charged through. Guys grabbing footage down on the start line now. The Method race wheels flags flying brilliantly in the wind at the moment. As you can see now, the single-seater tracking through now. This is the 1064 entry. .1064 David Skinner, one of the Sports Light class cars. He's been doing circa 75 to 76 minute laps. So he's still pretty consistent, only within about 60-odd seconds, I think, out of his 2 laps posted today. So pretty solid and concerted effort out of that car for Dave Skinner, the 1064 entry. Here's the 650 starter now, getting away. That's Matt Stampley in the side-by-side pro, another one that's been doing 70 to 70-odd minute laps, which is still reasonable given the track conditions out there. So Matt Stampley, hopefully things will go well for him as the day progresses neatly for his last lap here, running of the Pooncarie Desert Dash for 2026. As you can see, the Wentworth, Shire and St Razia Motorsports Club flags flying alongside the Method Race Wheels flags on the start line. We're about to release yet another of our competitors here this weekend in the Nissan Utility. That's the 883 entry. The 883 of Darren Wright in Extreme 4x4. 76 and 78 minute laps respectively for first and second lap today. We're about to release the Nissan Patrol out into the open. Right, yeah, what you can see on the screen right now is your 75k marker. And you can see the dust in front of that truck means that there's another car not that far in front. If we have a look at it, there it is in the top part of the screen and the bottom left. There you go. That's a brilliant shot right now. We've got a bottom half of the screen. We've got one of the trucks running into the right-hand side there with one of the other buggies running into the left and leading away. And if we look a little bit further in front, there's another car in front of that that's not too far up the road either. So a nice cluster of vehicles as they go through. Some brilliant footage that we've been getting over the weekend. These guys at offroadracing.com.au have been doing an awesome job of compiling this event here at Pooncarie for the running of the 2026 Pooncarie Desert Dash. Looking at some of the telemetry coming out of the cars here, I'd say car number 5, the Dale Martin car, is at around about the 72k mark, which is pretty cool. Around about half a k behind him would be the 85 car Todd Lehman. So he's at about the, what did we say, it was 72.5 mark roughly. So Todd Lehman's still on the gas and going hard, the South Aussie. So that's a great effort out of him. Brent Smoothie, of course, in that Extreme 4x4 parked up. There's an issue with that one, but Toby Weightley would be the next vehicle that we would probably be looking for in the Extreme 2-wheel drive class. And then Matty Hansen in the Pro Buggy would be round up the top 4, I would think, at this stage of the game. So it looks like we're only about half a k to just over 3/4 of a k behind Todd Lehman. We'll find Toby Weightley and Matty Hansen in the number 7 Pro Buggy, not that far off the back of Toby Weightley. So what we're seeing numbers-wise is pretty solid. They're coming in. These guys are still on the gas going really hard. So that's great footage now that we can see of one of the other locations coming back towards our finish line now. As you can see, the cars are running through some of that beautiful area where there's a bit of greenery around, and again that's based around the amount of rain that we've had in the lead up. This is one of the Ronco Motors sponsored cars. I reckon that looked like it might have been the 60... Might have been the Lachlan Bailey car, potentially the 622. Keep our eye on it, see if we can't get a closer read on the number on that vehicle. A little bit further down the field we find another of our trucks by the look of it coming into view now. A side-by-side Pro by the look of it on screen right now. See them dancing around through that tree work there. It was brilliantly pedalled as they went a little wide and then overcorrected and brought it back into line again. That looks like the 52 entry there belonging to... Royden Bailey, by the look of it. Royden Bailey in the Pro buggy. Look at that, through the crossing there and still on the gas. Bailey still going hard at it. Trailing in the dust, which means that there's something in front of him not that far up, and this is obviously a fairly thick section where the ground has cut up pretty solidly, but he's not deterring him as he keeps his foot in the pin there, hard as. Let's have a look a little further up the road there where Bailey's on the chase. Grabbing plenty of air through him behind those trees there. This competitor now on the pedal as well. Looks like that's the 601 of Glenn Ackroyd, the New South Welshman, out there going hard at it in the side-by-side Pro. Ackroyd has been pretty solid in his campaign here this weekend, putting down some pretty decent numbers lap-wise. Certainly one of the fast chargers in this one. If we look at that 601, he's heading pretty solidly towards where we are right now, towards our base at home. So he's still going pretty hard at it. Quick look into it. Looks like we're at about just shy of the 83 kilometre mark for Dale Martin in the number 5 entry, just shy of 83 kilometres, which is means that they're really well and truly on the way back to us. The 61.38 getting away now. That's the entry of Jack Livingston in the side-by-side pro. Again, he's been running 93 to 95 or 93 minute laps initially, and then he put down to 75, which meant that he went into the reds, which meant, again, he was faster on his second lap than his first lap, so I'd say he counted a little bit of issue out there. The 701 sitting on the line there, that's the Norman Parker production 4x4. Hank Parker, of course, looking forwards to getting out onto the circuit and getting hard hitting in the Troopy there, the Land Cruiser. Ever reliable, these things just charge along, and he's campaigned that Parker has so well in the event this weekend, showing the true reliability. Have a look at that. If that's not diesel, what is? As he fires away the big black cloud. Going hard at it too, so good to see him here having a crack in Class 7 here this weekend, of course, which is the production 4x4 class. So this is Martin now that I can see on camera, and it looks like these guys would be at around about the, I reckon, 15, 20k out. So if that's the case, he's going along brilliantly at this stage. There's literally no one within sight to get anywhere near him. Oh no, that's the INH car that we can see online now, which is car number 38. And the 38 car, of course, is Dean Carter in the Pro Buggy. But I believe we'll probably get some footage down at the road jump from these guys as well. So they're doing a great job of getting it through to us this weekend. Hopefully you're enjoying your telecast live on offroadracing.com.au, and you're getting to see some of the great footage of this brilliant event out here this weekend, the 2026 Pooncarie Desert Dash, proudly brought to you this weekend locally here by not just the Racing Motorsports Club, but our proud sponsors in the Kumiella Memorial Sporting Club, the Wentworth Shire, GBM Consulting, and of course Decentralised Demountables here as well this weekend. Wow, did you see the massive air on screen there that was taken by this one? That was super. And, of course, I think this may be the Aussie 7 car. It might be. We'll have a look as they get a little closer. No, it's one of the, can you believe it? It's one of the Westlime cars, one of the Cummins trucks. The 479 entry there. Dale Martin, they tell me, he's at the 90k mark, so he's getting closer and closer all the time to being able to finish his last lap for the day today. And indeed, he finishes that lap. That'll be the very last circuit that he needs to do to complete the 2026 Pooncarie Desert Dash. Now, if he does this, that means that Dale Martin, I believe, will have won his third in a row, which is pretty solid for him as he continues to charge on. So we won't put the commentator's curse on him just yet. We'll let him continue on, but that'll be an outstanding effort for Dale Martin if he can pull that one off today. Rightio, let's have a look now. Another of the West Lime cars going through. This is the Cummins truck now, and having a real shot out there. Down along the road here and into this jump area. This will be awesome to watch as he cuts a nice tight line across there, walks across the rough stuff, and starts setting himself up for the run down to the jump. Hey, great while we got him going through this gate here now to have a chat with one of the guys involved, that's heavily involved with the event here this weekend, of course, Peter Freck, and part of the Sunraysia Motorsports Club. Hey, Pete, great to have you at commentary here this weekend.
All right, mate, thanks very much. It's been a bit of an exciting meeting. It started off with a bang with a lot of so-called with motors and what have you, but we're now at the pointy end of everything.
Hey, Pete, I'd like to wind it back just a little bit, going for months before this weekend. There's a lot of work being done in preparation for this, a lot of work that's done with landowners. Now, we have a number of landowners that we work with to run this event. In total, how many does it tally?
In this event, there's 100 Ks, there's 4 station owners. They've been very helpful and work with us. We've actually got some of them as out on the course helping us with tow vehicles, and they've been very good relationship. We're privileged that we can use their land and chop it all up and that sort of thing. So,
well, the thing is too, what we have to remember is that you guys are pretty forward in going back to those areas and grading back and reclaiming what's there. We don't just go out there, knock it around and walk away from it, right? There's a lot that goes on after the event. Prior to it, though, these landowners in some cases have to shift stock from one paddock to another, and all those factors that need to be done to run this. So we really absolutely could not run it without them.
Oh, correct. Before the event, they moved the stock out of the paddocks that we're racing through, most of the stock. They allow us to leave the gates all open during the course of the day so they can't move around.
Which is really a no-no in most cases,
absolutely.
Right?
And yeah, they're very helpful. It's months and months. They see us out here months and months prepping the track before we come along. They have to put up with us, and they don't know whether there's shooters out there or somebody reckon their land is only us.
And the beauty, Pete, also is that these guys get so connected to the club that it's almost second nature for them. They're about making sure that you guys get an opportunity to do what's needed with that one. So on screen at the moment, I believe that's your race leader in Dale Martin, who's round about, I'd say he's probably at about 4, maybe 3 Ks out. So he's getting very close to a finish here as well. Hey, Pete, just before he gets in, on top of that, we've got a ton of sponsors that have been involved this weekend as well.
We were pretty lucky. Our major sponsor is Wentworth Shire, and then that's followed by Cooncarie Club. We've got Demountables helping us out, and GMP Earth Moving. We've got quite a few sponsors, but the core ones are them guys.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, and also the heavily want to thank all the what would you call them, safety marshals, volunteers, everybody involved. There's about 120 people out there and in here that carry out all the work, so we're pretty lucky.
Which is across all of the recovery teams, the marshals that are bringing cars up, the people in the outlying areas collating things and pulling things together, under the scenes, the people in the merch area and all those other factors. They do all those things and really just volunteer their time to do it. Without it, we'd be absolutely shot. We couldn't do it, right?
100%. The people that get behind us is amazing, and we're learning every year. I think this is about our 6th year or 7th year, but we learn little things every year to try and make it better. But yeah, it's exciting times for the club at this stage.
And of course, a format change potentially for next year, the from here to there and back deal, where we will probably leave from Cooncarie, go out to Pooncarie here and then back again. That's looking like a pretty exciting format as well.
Yeah, we've had a lot of interest by people want to support us, and it'll incorporate bikes as well. So it's going to be a real exciting year. We've got a lot of work in front of us, so if any younger people want to come up and help us older blokes, we'd appreciate it.
We're on screen at the moment, Pete. You get the opportunity to watch this guy finish. This is Dale Martin now, ladies and gents, as he heads for the finish line. Yeah, heading for the finish line now, looking like he's had a pretty solid hit out here. And, you know, it's pretty unheard of for someone to not just win an event that's as tough as this, but also to go down the path of winning it multiple times. Dale Martin's going to show his dominance in this, because if he finishes across the line and his times are true to what they are, because obviously what we've been calling out, Pete, have been provisional times, if he can manage to do this will be his not second but third win here.
Yeah.
And that is literally outstanding. It's almost to the point where he could almost claim the event as his own. You know, to knock somebody off the perch and to do it 3 times straight out here, that is pretty solid. He's had a dream run this weekend, and I don't want to put the moz on him for any rounds coming up, but you know, he's always ever dreamt of being the win in the prologue. He got that yesterday. Then he got the ability to get clear air for the first lap yesterday. He got that. And he put a pretty solid time down as well. And then today had the opportunity to run 3 laps, but he knew the work was in front of him. He had to continue to push hard and maintain a very clear, solid focus on finishing and winning. And it's looking like he's pulled it off. So that looks pretty amazing, and obviously we'll get him as he's finished across the line there now to down into that Parc Ferme area. I know Sam and the guys will want to have a chat with him down there, and of course Shane and the team probably as well. But what an amazing run for him. Typically for this sort of thing, Pete, as you would well know, as much as I can go down there and shove a mic in his face the moment he pulls up, I'd prefer he has a chance to sit back for a little bit, take a breath, grab a drink of water, because you've got to remember, 3 laps out there is a marathon for these guys, right?
Absolutely.
So it would have taken a fair bit out of him. So we'll leave him the dignity of a bit of a clean-up and some rest just for a few minutes while we wait to have a chat with him, because I'm sure once he's fueled with a bottle of water and get a chance to sort of slow down and the adrenaline drops away a little bit, you know, he'll give us all we need. Toby Weightley now getting across the line and finishing as well. That's a great effort in Extreme 2-wheel drive for Toby Weightley out of SA. This guy has really pushed hard. The 85 is already across the line. That came across in front of Toby Weightley. That was Todd Lehman. So we'll grab some times out of those guys as they cross over.
Just while I've got the opportunity here too, I think it's a great opportunity for me to thank all the competitors. They come from far and wide. From New Zealand as far as you can get, I suppose.
Yeah, correct.
But we've got a great field out there, people rocked up, ready to go. And we've got to appreciate, the club's got to appreciate them, all the effort they take to get here and join our crew. And
you're right, Pete. You know, I think we had something like 74 entries this year. This is one of the bigger fields we've had for a couple of years now.
Absolutely, yeah. We started off with 95, but the climate with the fuel and all that sort of stuff have frightened a few people off for the distance they had to travel and the expense, so we can understand that. But there's a lot of people, 70-something, 6 that decided to bite the bullet and come here, which is exciting.
Big thanks also to Motorsport Australia, who are the governing body. They're looking after what's going on with the racing here this weekend. Of course, they're the team that are steering the 45th Motorsport Australia Off-Road Championships, making sure that everything follows the rules and regs and it's all adjudicated correctly. On top of that, Kaminsky Mining Services have come on board as the naming right sponsor for the season for the Off-Road Championships in Australia here. A big thank you to those guys for being connected and dealing with what we need to deal with to ensure that this is a successful round run for them.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned about Motorsports Australia, Big Campbell is a really easy man to work with, very helpful. He's one that does a lot behind the scenes and supports our club and what we do. And it's when you have a good relationship with 2 bodies that are trying to run one show, you've got to work together, and it's great. A bit of a pleasure working with him.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we saw that vision just before of the 3 cars lined up in that Parc Ferme area where we get an opportunity for them to be on view and on show for any of the spectators here to go down and have a look. You know, they certainly don't look as clean or potentially, Pete, as straight as what they did when they first turned up for the show and shine. I mean, that was a great layout. And to recap on that one for Friday, you know, we had all the cars in that area and the people were just amazed at what the equipment was that people had brought down, let alone all the transport and everything else out in the pit area. That was great, the show and shine.
Oh, I think so. Here he is there.
Congratulations, boys. Well done.
Thanks very much.
Good job.
Seen you a bit all weekend.
Yeah.
3 on the trot, eh? Pretty good.
Rightio, we'll throw down to the guys down at the front end there.
All right, so boys, congratulations first of all.
Our
3 on the trot.
winner at this stage of the game, Dale Martin, and the number 5, mate. Looks like this one's his.
Oh, it's been a big task, but yeah, glad we did it. It was been thinking about for 12 months, can we do it again? And then, like I said earlier, the old man got 4 in a row at Sea Lake, so that kind of nostalgia and history goes down well with the family. Yeah. So I want to try and continue that, but it's a tough gig.
From the navigator's seat, different kind of experience this weekend. You guys haven't led from prologue, onwards. To have that clear air, how much of an advantage was that to you?
Oh, it was a good advantage, but it was still very rough, and we had to keep our eye on the whole time because we knew they were coming behind us, so we just couldn't back off at all. We just had to keep on it the whole time.
If you could string together 2 sections and a prologue, like that, is that as good as it gets for you?
I think it's as good as it gets for points. What a dream start to the championship from prologue and 2 sections like that. But like I said, we haven't done that before. I've seen guys in the past, that have had clean weekends, led all weekend, and it's been quite something to look up to. So to do it myself, it's a good thing.
What about the rest of the championship now? It's a 4-stop AORC season. You got Fink coming up. What's this mean big picture for you?
Oh, look, we're entered for Fink. It's a bit up in the air. We'd be silly not to go at the moment, but we've got a few things to iron out before we make that commitment. Not sure yet, but I don't know. Maybe we'll see how we go. It's almost 10 hours to talk about on the way home.
Yeah, nice. And what do the celebrations look like tonight? You going back to see the family?
We've actually got one of our guys that navigates my brother in hospital in Mildura, so he hurt his back out there this morning, so we'll keep him in mind and head into Mildura and see him and make sure we get him okay. So Mike, we're thinking of you, and all the boys at home that help with the team as well. We can't do it without them, and of course our families and supporters are the biggest thing. But for me, my wife and kids, and letting me do what I do, I can't thank them enough. So hey, hi to Remy and Paige and Ivy and my wife Hope. Thank you.
Well done, guys. Great success story this weekend. Congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations. We might keep having a look around here to see who else we can get from our top 3. We can see we might keep having a look around. You can see Toddy Lehman just here. Toddy. From our top 3. We can see we might keep having a look around. How are you? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Tell me, second outright. Great performance from you. How are you feeling?
Oh, it's bloody unreal. It's a credit to everyone that comes here and helps us out. Whether it be mum and dad or Ace or Scotty works for us, everyone just does their bit.
You said yesterday that this was going to form up and be a trophy truck track. Were you telling porcupines there, or did it form differently to what you thought?
Nah, it's definitely a trophy truck now. It's pretty brutal out there, but we just bumped the boost up a bit and we got up on top of it and had a good lap, so it was pretty key. I knew Toby was pushing hard behind, and it's good to see him get a result. He's had a pretty tough run last few years, and Dale's been flawless all weekend, so yeah.
What was the state of the track there on that last lap? Pretty gnarly?
Yeah, it was shit house. It was actually better our last lap than our second to last lap because we got up on top of it, a bit more power and sort of skipping along it. So.
What's the plan from here on in? You're looking to do Fink as well?
Yeah, we're going up to Fink. We haven't done it before, so yeah, it'd be good to have a crack at that and tick it off the bucket list. And then after that, we'll see what happens, get up to Loveday and have a crack.
Does a result like this give you a bit of confidence going to Fink, like knowing you can run with the top boys when you need to?
Yeah, it's good. I always knew we had the car speed, but it's just, it's getting to that checkered flag at the end of the weekend. It's pretty harsh environment we put these cars through, so it's brutal.
Absolutely. Well done this weekend. Congratulations.
No worries. I just say good day to Camille and Monty at home. Wish you guys were here, but that's all right. They'll be at the next one.
Yeah, that's good. Been great. They've been able to watch through the stream as well, so congratulations. We'll keep taking a look around. We've got Toby here. And I do love that this is, there is an army of people behind these competitors helping them to get here, support them and everything else. Tobes.
Hello,
how are you? Yeah, good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Third outright. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good. A bit beaten up now. We were pushing pretty hard to try and catch Toddy then, but yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah. What was the plan there? Did you just think, all right, I'm going to lay it down and just see where we end up?
Yeah, we got our times a bit mixed up. We thought we only had to make 9 seconds, but then we realised that yesterday's times weren't in it. So I thought if I push hard enough to get on him, we'll be able to overdo him. But yeah, we messed up with our times a bit. So
super high attrition rate this weekend. When you got guys like Bo Robinson, Boston Morgan Horan failing to finish, I guess is that in the back of your head as well, knowing that you've got to be a little bit careful and mend the car on the way to the finish line?
Yeah, it always is. Yeah, I just try and drive sort of clean and smooth, I guess. Don't go off the track too much or anything like that. And yeah, just try and get flat tyres, things like that, and just be gentle, I guess.
Yeah. We know that to get to the end of one of these events is difficult, let alone a podium. I mean, how are you feeling after being able to finish up towards the pointy end?
Yeah, pretty good. It's been a long time coming. I always get up there and normally DNF, so it's good to finally get on the podium.
Yeah. And what's the plan now? You're looking to go to Fink as well?
Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah.
Oh, good. You go there in winning form. So congratulations.
Cool. Thank you.
All right. Some great stories emerging here, guys, from the Pooncarie Desert Dash. We'll head back to you and see if we can get a few more as they come in.
Thanks for that, Sam. Brilliant to see the three down there had a great run considering how tough it was out there. Interesting comments from, of course, Toby Weightley there, who said that, how tough the event really is for him, and working on the fact that, he's not been a finisher in the past, but has done today, and what a way to do it in the Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park truck, the 421. Getting him home in third outright, and that is a sensational effort for him, and he'll carry points for the Australian off-road title going into the next round at Fink out of here at Pooncarie, so he'll be very happy. Looking like the number 7 there of Matty Hansen's home, and I think in the background we can kind of see Logan Gil in the 644 making his way towards the finish area as well. So we should have some really solid interviews coming up shortly with Matty Hansen, Logan Gil and Lachlan Bailey even, as we watch in the top right-hand side of the corner there in the white zone, seeing all those cars that are coming in at pretty solid pace. The 818, there's Hayden Bentley that you can see that's still really solid and on the move. Hayden, of course, running in the Extreme 4x4 entry. Well, I would think he'll probably be the first extreme four-wheel drive truck home, which will excite him no end. Means that he'll pick up yet another lot of points and trophies for his run this weekend. Brilliant footage that we're getting out of the offroadracing.com.au team here. I have to applaud the guys. They've done an amazing job. I think they've had something like 6 or 8 drones running around the event this weekend. A number of on-ground cameras, some cameras at fixed locations that we were watching from, and a team of people that pulled this live stream together this weekend. And a big thanks, obviously, to the Kaminskis and everyone else involved with the running of this event here this weekend. There's the checkered flag, another finisher across the line today. And I reckon that's the 601 of a 601 entry of Ackroyd, I think it might be.
Right, well, a few more cars have come back in. Matt Hansen, you're among the top bunch as well. Congratulations.
Thank you. No, it was good to get home. I thought it was like being at a KISS concert in my car there, all the lights that were flashing. I think every alarm possible in the car. We managed to get it home, so yeah, it's good.
And what was it like out there that last lap?
Yeah, it was just really hard. Like, it's just the holes just get so big. I reckon it starts off sort of being a buggy track at the start of the weekend, and then towards the end, that's where the sort of trucks come into their own. But big holes, you get lost in a few of them.
Yeah, and how much of that does it play on your mind? I guess you want the speed, but you also want to finish the weekend. Do you leave a bit in reserve?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you need to. I mean, we lost our turbos sort of, I think, after the second lap, so we just didn't have the grunt. But yeah, you got to drive it as you see it. Yeah, because a hole that's sort of not very big on lap 2 can be a swimming pool on sort of lap 5. So yeah.
And losing the turbo, what does that mean in terms of driving? Is the engine not spinning up as quick out of corners? Are you losing top speed? Are you losing everything?
Yeah, look, dropping back to low gear a lot. Just sort of haven't got that boost sort of in that punch out of corners that you want. So yeah, that was difficult. I don't know what it is. Maybe a blow-off valve, something like that. But yeah, we sort of chased it in that sort of last lap and second last lap. But anyway, we got it home.
It's impressive performance, especially considering some mechanical gremlins. So congratulations.
Yeah, thanks very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
We might walk on over and have a chat to Lachlan Bailey as well, who's here. Great seeing some more of these guys come on through. Royden, hey, how are you? Congratulations, made it home and hosed.
Yeah, it's been a long day. It's been it's good, fun track.
It's great to see you up towards the pointy end this weekend as well. What was your assessment of it all? You happy with where you finished?
Yeah, look, we are. It was pretty trying this morning. We got sort of dusted out there in the first lap, and but the Can-Am's got going pretty quick the last couple of laps, so it was really good, and probably as fast as we wanted to go anyway. So it was really good.
You've done your fair share of off-road races. How did this one rate in terms of the roughness of that track and the conditions?
You know what? I'd have to say it's not really a rough track. It's a real driver's track. It's you just thrown into the corners, every corner. It's a lot of fun, but the bull dust is probably up there with the got really run out in that last lap, and we had a lot of bull dust coming over the front of the car, so it's quite hard to see there for a bit.
Yeah, nice one. Well, what's the celebrations look like tonight? What are you guys doing?
I can't really. I've got to back in the truck and drive home, so anyway, someone's got to do it.
Yeah, that's right. The reality of off-road racing. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you.
Well, that's a pretty solid lot of interviews down there with Sam and the team. Now, I love that. I love that one, Sam, of Matty Hansen saying that internally inside the car while they were racing, it looked very much like a Kiss concert. I reckon that was a ripper. Nice one-liner there, Matt. Hopefully, at most Kiss concerts, they normally had those flames as well, so I didn't make any mention of those, but the lights certainly did the job. Rightio, let's look at the rest of the field. We'll be certainly looking for Ackroyd. There's the Bentley truck, Bentley Motorsports on camera right now. And again, I hope you've been enjoying your telecast here from offroadracing.com.au. Hopefully you've been leaving some pretty solid comments for us, giving us some of the feedback as to what you thought about the live stream over the weekend. Be interesting to see how many are on it now. I'm sure that there'll be quite a few celebrating and sending congratulatory messages through as we watch Hayden Bentley go through for a finish for him this weekend. I know Sam will be keen to talk to some others down in that finishing area, so we'll just wait on and off for that as we watch a number of cars starting to rumble through to finish. There's another one through. That is the 476, I reckon it was, or 479 of Nicholas Cummins, home in extreme, not Nicholas Cummins, sorry, 467 of Andrew Cummins, home. Right, it looks like Nick Cummins there in extreme two-wheel drive home. Hayden Bentley home. Both those guys on a 63-minute last lap time. Lockie Waters home. That's great to see in the side-by-side pro. Looking at the camera or the angle of the overlay on the right-hand side of your screen there shows the track and who's coming through. This is another of the Cummins cars heading home as well. wait for this one to come into view. We'll grab a number and we'll be able to tell you who it is. And a big thanks again to the team at Method Race Wheels for your sponsorship here to the prologue this weekend as well. That was awesome to watch what was a fantastic battle for those guys. Yeah, that was really interesting to watch, and it was amazing to see Dale Martin do so well in that one and a number of others. But, some of the hard hitters dropped away over the weekend and it left the field open. So we've got some pretty impressive guys to pick up some trophies as the event finishes here today. We really hope you've enjoyed your event here this weekend as we watch another of the Cummins cars across the line. I reckon that one probably was Andrew Cummins coming through now. And it was indeed the 467 of Andrew Cummins that came across the line on a 64. So if you look at his lap times, his first lap today was a 63.22.2, then a 63.41.5. His last lap a 64.29.9. So only just under a minute separating all of those times that we read out. So that's a pretty awesome effort for Andrew Cummins and the team there in the 467 Extreme 2-wheel drive truck here this weekend. Well, I believe that Sam and the guys are down there waiting for us to throw over to them. They've got another interview that they need set up, so we'll chuck over to Sam and the team very shortly.
Champion. So how important is this long game? Just knowing what you know from last year, going into Fink, how important is this result?
Yeah, really good. We finished second here last year, so happy days.
What's the secret to doing well here in a side-by-side?
Just finishing. Obviously you got to push when you can, but the prologue I think helped, starting first yesterday and the lap yesterday, having a good lap put us in a good spot today.
And in terms of like the wheelbase of these things compared to your trophy trucks and your buggies as well, like how hard is it to avoid falling in the holes with a different size wheelbase and wheel track compared to those?
Yeah, the wheel track's not too bad. The X3 was really bad. You were sort of just jumping in and out. But yeah, no, it was pretty good.
Yeah. Well, job well done this weekend, and look forward to seeing you in Fink.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. No. Yeah, they have now. Side-by-side winner's getting his fuel tested, so... Yeah. Do you mind if we go knock off a couple of reviews? Yeah. I'll come and find them.
Oh, they've got their own. No,
Well, of course, we asked you to give us a bit of a shout-out as to where you're from. We had Luke Shabbolt earlier who let us know that he was watching the coverage and it was fantastic. He gave us a thumbs up. He's out of Swan Hill, which is pretty cool. And it looks like we got Michael Brooker, who's enjoying the coverage all the way from, of course, Weepier in Cape York in Queensland. Tony Purcell, well done on your last event. Ali, you ladies smashed it. Michael Vander Rieken, good luck to Jamie Harrison. A shout out to the Cork Head Racing guys. They rock and they're out of Brisbane. Matthew Danielle, great footage, guys. Well done to everybody involved this week, including officials, volunteers and landowners. So thank you very much, Matty, for those comments as well. Well, of course, we're just waiting now on the majority of them to finish and close out their event for the weekend. But you can see by some of the footage showing now that there's some pretty serious equipment being parked up in the area as well. Hey, some great shout-outs coming in our way from the offroadracing.com.au website. Great to have you on board and using that as the pivot point for everything that's going on. And remember, this is the one that you need to load up as your favourites, so you can get all of the data up to date as to what's going on. You can also, from a rearward look, have a chat and have a look through what points have been awarded to where. It's a great platform to be able to centralise everything that's off-road racing into one location, and you can't miss it. It's just aligned with what it is that we want to see. Offroadracing.com.au, and thank you very much for all the people who have been on there. Now, Robin Price actually sent us a shout out. No idea where Robin's from. She didn't log that, but she did notice that she said, worth noting that this is also a New South Wales Off-Road Championship round for the first time this year, and that is correct. We will be giving out trophies today that will be covering off not only the Australian off-road round, but what is for the New South Wales off-road round as well. So that's pretty awesome for those guys that have pushed hard to grab numbers and points in the New South Wales Off-Road Championship rounds. Great to see. Have a look at that. That's a great shot. The 655 down there of Cooper Weston. Man, he's pretty happy. Look at that. Hey, Coop, give us a shout out, dude. There it is. Good work, Coop. Of course, all the cars getting logged out there. You know, anyone that finishes here today has done a pretty awesome job to have completed the event. 4 laps of this track here is pretty tough going, so anybody that's managed to do that has done a pretty awesome job as well. Still plenty to do down here. Whether our telecast will cover it for you this weekend or not, but certainly we'll have all of the points rounds and all of the trophy presentations that'll be done a little bit later on as well. Hope you're enjoying your telecast here. Brilliantly brought to you by the team at offroadracing.com.au. Of course, that's the point that you need to load as your favourite, so you can catch up with all of the action from off-roading across the country in the rounds ahead. And of course, this being the first round of the Australian Off-Road Championships and the first round of the New South Wales Off-Road Championships as well, means that you'll be able to pick up and follow on offroadracing.com.au as the rounds progress through. Of course, second round will head them up towards Alice Springs for the Fink Desert Race, and there'll be the 50th anniversary of Fink running up there this coming year. And we certainly wish all of our competitors here this weekend, and indeed all of the competitors that will be competing up there at the 50th running for bikes, of course, and cars, all the very best, and hopefully it's a safe event up there for them as well as it has been here for us this weekend. Hope you've enjoyed the telecast so far. A little bit more to go before we sign off for the day, but let's sit back and enjoy some of the footage that we're picking up from our drones and all of the festivities to still come with the running of this round, the 2026 Pooncarie Desert Dash here this weekend. So it looks like the 701 is home. Hank Parker home and done for his event this weekend. Rightio. As you can see, a number of sponsors rolling through. We've had a pretty awesome weekend down here for the running of the 2026 Pooncarie Desert Dash. Of course, brought to you by the Sunraysia Motorsports Club, the off-road racing gurus locally here in the region. And we just thank Decentralised Demountables Proprietary Limited, another one of our fantastic sponsors here this weekend, one of 4. And of those 4, of course, they've all been very, very kind to us in looking after us. Some of the footage you can see down there now is the show and shine footage from Friday night, which was fantastic to have them down here and covering off all of that for us this weekend. And off in the top left-hand corner of your screen sees the offroadracing.com.au logo. That's, of course, the website you need to link to provide all of the feed into what is happening in off-road racing, whether it's retrospectively looking at results or what's coming up, news stories that are surfacing in that division as well. So a big thank you to the offroadracing.com.au guys for not only being that central point, but also for the coverage here this weekend as well. And in the other corner, you can see the Kaminsky Mining Services sponsorship, being the naming right sponsor to the 45th Off-Road Championships here, brought in conjunction with Motorsports Australia. Thank you very much for Kaminsky Mining Services for being involved with our sponsorship to the series this year, the Australian Off-Road rounds being held via Kaminsky Mining Services. Well, there you go. That's the view from overhead here at the Pooncarie Desert Dash here this weekend. And, of course, all of the cars lined up in that Parc Ferme. Wentworth Shire Council, another of our fantastic sponsors. Thank you so much to the Wentworth Shire for your connections here this weekend. Certainly couldn't have done it without all of the work that's put in by Wentworth Shire. Kumiella Memorial Sporting Club as well. They've done a fantastic job of looking after us here, always into community events, and these guys have done an amazing amount of work to help us out with what's been and gone. Kaminsky Mining we covered off on obviously earlier, and big thank you to them. GBM Consulting, that's Marksy and his crew, who've done a power of work in the background to keep us moving. We do thank them, of course. And then the final sponsor that I'll have to talk to for the club here, of course, is these guys, Decentralised Demountables Proprietary Limited. They've done a ton of work moving containers and things around, not just for ourselves, but for, of course, the guys at Motorsport Australia and all of the Sunraysia Motorsports Club's requirements for items to be moved around. They've done a power of work for us there. Well, we're getting close to wrapping up what would be a fantastic weekend of off-road racing. We've had 3 days of monumental work put in by so many volunteers and so many officials here this weekend. And, of course, that's provided us with the basis of running a very, very successful event here this weekend. Of course, with Friday being the kick-off, we had the scrutineering and show and shine, which was a real hit, and you saw some of the footage that's been compiled in that small 2-minute grab over a period of time here over the last couple of days. Yesterday saw a prologue, and we do thank the guys at Method Race Wheels. Method Race Wheels, of course, helped us no end with sponsorship to the prologue on yesterday morning, and that brought some unbelievable surprises out of the woodwork for some of the guys to run over the weekend. Then yesterday in the afternoon we ran one lap only of the race here, which left 3 to complete. And of course our last day, third day today, was about closing off those 3 laps and making sure that we had cars at the end that we'd be able to give trophies to. And of course, as you can see, the ton of cars that did finish here this weekend, very well supported in classes as well. We had some hard hitters that disappeared throughout the day today, and a couple that went yesterday. Without going through the names of who did fall away by the wayside, those that were watching the telecast or intimately connecting up and watching some of the race results come through are very clear and aware of what transpired both days, yesterday and today. So looking good for what would be a very successful event run here for the Sunraysia Motorsports Club for the 2026 Pooncarie Desert Dash. We must thank the township of Pooncarie for allowing us the ability to get into this place and to boost their population from roughly 200 to something like about 2,500 for the weekend, which is pretty solid. Must also thank the landowners for their ability to allow us to run on these properties, 4 in total, that have done a great job of helping us out, and we do express our sincere gratitude to them for giving us the ability to work with them in the months leading up, and of course even now with the months and so leading after the event now that we'll have to go through and organise the reclaim of some of the tracks and some of the items around the place. So we do enjoy having them involved, and the work that they put in. Some of these landowners have even been out on the track helping out, doing some of the things with the racer as well. So I mean, it couldn't be a better relationship between these teams and of course these landowners, so we do thank them. All of the emergency services crews that have been here over the weekend have done a great job. Wentworth Shire obviously providing us with everything from water trucks to bin facilities and the like. The Scouts, the local scouting group, have done an amazing job of looking after the area in the pits for all of the bins, the recyclables, and also making sure that the toilets and the rubbish gets carted away. It's just a seamless operation, and of course another community group that is getting some real benefit out of what happens here at the Pooncarie Desert Dash. Can't thank them enough for the work that they've put in as well. So ladies and gentlemen that are on board with the stream today, hope you've enjoyed the coverage. And again, even in the days ahead, make sure you jump on and leave some comments for us. We'd like to know what your thoughts were with the broadcast here this weekend. We hope we've covered as much action as we possibly could and have provided you with some insights with some of those interviews that we had over the last couple of days as well. Really enjoy the fact that you were able to log on even though you weren't here. And the only thing I would say in closing is that if you never get a chance in the last couple of years to come to Pooncarie, how about you come up next year, come up and see it for yourself. It is a cracker of an event, and all of the camaraderie and stuff that goes around it with this small township of Pooncarie is just incredible to be part of. So in closing, again, thanks for being part of it, supporting it. I hope you've had a great weekend. As I know, we certainly have online here on behalf of Sam, Shane, Phil and all of the team, including the guys in Tamworth and all over the countryside that have helped pull this together. Hope you've enjoyed your coverage here this weekend, and like I said, if you need anything, it's offroadracing.com.au. That's the link to get to. All the very best for those that are going forward into the second round of the 45th Off-Road Championships for Motorsport Australia and Kaminsky Mining Services, which of course second round is the Fink Desert Race up in Alice Springs over the Queen's Birthday long weekend. Hope you have a safe journey up, an even more memorable and successful campaign up in Alice for the second round, and better still, safe rounds and safe travels home. On behalf of the team here, again, thank you very much for tuning in, and hope you've enjoyed the coverage, and we'll sign out for now.